Dr. Rabab. She'll be presenting on, hold on. Dr. Rabab, she'll be on collaborative tools, online collaboration tools. And for Dr. Adiza, she'll be presenting on psychology, the psychological part of AI and the effects on users. So for today's presentation, the flow would be, we will start off with Prof. Dr. Ghaffar first, because he'll be telling us on the cybersecurity concepts and as well as AI perspective on cybersecurity. For myself, I'll be presenting on the law concerning AI, particularly for previous year, for the last year, which is our first AI summer program. We presented on, I have a different set of teams with me last year. And for last year, we presented on online hate speech because MSU Malaysia secured a grant, a national grant on this topic on online hate speech. And apparently this topic has been presented by another ex-colleague of mine, which is Dr. Falah, during the first session the other day. So however, this topic, online hate speech, is actually still a flagship of MSU's research. And for that, we will tweak another portion or another part or go into details on online hate speech for the other branches of online hate speech, which is we're going to cover on the fundamental liberties of this human rights as well as users and AI, which means it will cover not just online hate speech, not just algorithm bias on content moderation, but also on face recognition and everything that covers fundamental liberties. So we go a bit not that specific to only online hate speech. And for today's session, I think Prof. Dr. Ghaffar, can we start off with an introduction of my team members? So I'll tell a bit of a detail on my team members. So Professor Dr. Mat Ghaffar and Muhammad Zohar is a Senior Vice President of Management and Science University Malaysia. He is a professor in software engineering. He has more than 42 years of working, teaching and research experience. He also has software development experience of various disciplines, and throughout his years in academia, he has more than 30 system development projects. And his research and supervisory interests include learning content management system, such as AI intelligence, knowledge management system, blended assessment system for MSU particularly, data mining, RFID, e-commerce, image processing, and healthcare management system. So he has developed more than 30 system development projects, and he has been honored as a senior research fellow. And he won a gold and silver medal for invention and innovation research, published over 300 publications, and over 150 master and PhD supervisory, and has been appointed as editor-in-chief for and published for several books as well. Has published several books as well. So Prof. Dr. Ghaffar will be our first speaker for today from MSU. So without further ado, I think Prof, you may take the session. Prof.
Okay. Okay. Can see my slide?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Yes, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Thank you, Nadia, and thank you all the participants of today's session. So thank you for introducing me just now. So I think in my career, I started my work as a system analyst in 1982. So that is my first job in 92. I have been working with the government before joining MSU for about 22 years. Then now the rest of my career is in MSU. So for today's topic, I will talk about the cybersecurity issue and challenges. So we cover some aspect of it in terms of where it places the importance of law, particularly in the application of artificial intelligence in managing the system and also the use of technology and information system in the industry or in the organization. So let's start with this. Okay, so let's start with this presentation of, so my topic as mentioned just now is cybersecurity issue and challenges. So before we go into the cybersecurity, let's see what is the industrial revolution at the current situation. So let's back into some historical history of industrial revolution, or called IR. So starting with IR 1.0 in 1784, we only focus on mechanization and also systems which are mechanically operated. Then, in 1870, come up with Industry 2.0, where it goes into mass production, assembly line, manufacturing, electricity, and so on. So, and over another decade, in 1964, we have Industry 3.0, we focus on automation, computerization, and electronic. So this is where the starting point of IT is being in place, the use of computer, high-end computer, and so on. So I remember that time, I think that's where the first computer was introduced, which is IBM 1130, which is used in a few series of movies that shows the first beginning of a mainframe computer. So over the many years, the revolution does not keep on going on and upgrading. So only recently they released the Industry 4.0, which is a more advanced in terms of technology and integration of mechanization, integration of electricity and assembly line, particularly the manufacturing, into the full-blown automation of almost all processes, which include the manufacturing, include the industry like properties, government, agriculture, and so on. So in this Industry 4.0, just in 2020, so we come up with all the cyber physical system. We can see that the cloud technology is coming out during that session. Internet of Things coming out, computer networks and blockchain. So if you can see at the current situation that we are fully connected. I think you cannot go away from being tracked by Google, for example. If you put on yourself is Google location on, Google can track you where you are going, and where do you take your holiday also. As long as you put your internet on, then Google can track you where you are. So you cannot escape already in the world. So you have been tracked and so on. So some of my colleagues say, I don't want to use handphone anymore because he has been tracked. So he off the phone, the mobile phone and so on. So you can see the smartphone is actually tracking you in your location. And I'm expecting in the maybe a few decades, we will come out with the Industry 5.0. I think the development like autonomous technology, we have a self-driving car where I think 15 years ago, we see the movie like Knight Rider. It's just a fiction, but now it's a reality. The reality of autonomous machine, where you have a self-driving machine that drive you. So you don't have, you just stay in the car and then let the car bring you whatever location you indicated in your journey. So that will be the future. We do not know when actually will be launched the Industry 4.0. So I put in the future. So the future will be, you may see that the robot will be like a man, like a human, a woman. So I think there's now a movie called Humans, and that's where a robot is controlling the human. So there's a movie, but it's a movie, but I think it will come out in soon. That all our work at home, housekeeping and so on, can be done by robot fully. So you can go to work and so on. I think in that movie, they control old men. What I've seen one of the series, they control a man to provide medication. So they even chase after the man to make sure that the man take the medicine accordingly. So that is, I think, that will be the future of cyber. So the cyber of people being controlled by humans. So that's where I put as the revolution, where in which man and machine reconcile, interaction of human intelligence and cognitive computing. So means machine become more intelligent, particularly now in manufacturing. Since we have a limited source of human power or human resources. So this is where the machine coming in as intelligent machine. Okay, that is basically on the industrial revolution. And just see a little bit what is currently on the Industry 4.0. So there are 9 elements of Industry 4.0, which is advanced robotics that I already mentioned just now. We have additive manufacturing, where it goes into 3D printing and so on. You have AR. So we have a lot of content development where you use AR, the learning content, the teaching approaches, all using AR. So it means that you have to have less physical human to human interface, but you have a computer to human. So it means if you can develop more AR content, then probably we have to have less physical lecture with the students. So probably that will be the future, So maybe Madam Nadia can just stay home and send your AR material to the student and just look like you, all right. And then we have a simulation. I think this is very important. Now we have a digital lab. You can have experiment in the virtual lab, not having a physical lab. So the experiment all shown in the laboratory. So another one is the horizontal vertical integration. This is more on a system integration, where it's involved because they become multi-devices connection at the moment. So integration very important. Like for example, the hospital management system, we need a lot of integration with devices. So we have to use certain standard protocol like HR7, ICD-10, and so on. Now become soon will be ICD-11. The connection of the human, the healthcare management system, which need to have certain DICOM protocol. So that's for device connectivity. Another one, the industrial internet, which is IoT. So the use of sensors, controllers, microprocessor will be more advanced in the future, because as I mentioned, now we are in the world of connected. So everybody are connected. So all devices are developed by any industry will be ensure will be the connection is there. For example, where now I'm working on the pottery management system, which is we want to develop a smart pottery farming. So we have to use a lot of sensors and microcontroller to have the input from the farm and send all the information to the central server. so that the farmer can monitor all the workers in the farm doing all the monitoring of the poultry. The other one, so definitely now, if you see that a lot of application already developed using a platform on the cloud. So cloud computing now become more important, and you can see the technology of blockchain is using cloud environment. So it means that you do not know where the computer are, because somebody are managing it, where you just have to put yourself develop in that particular platform and use it. So it means that you can develop application without seeing where are the computer physically located. So that's another technology of cloud computing. And another aspect is cybersecurity. So definitely this will be the topic that I will cover within the time given. So we will look into the aspect of security, because now we are not physically secure, but you have to look for the cyberspace security, which is you have to see a lot of Cybertron, cyber police, and these are very important. So I mean, now the ransom is not just physical. They put you on the ransom on the cyberspace. All right. So we will go into more detail after this on the cybersecurity, and we look also into so definitely security or whatever application we use above on the robotic and on simulation or all. So we need to do the analytics. And the performance of all systems need, the data, the information need to be transformed. Basically, the olden days when you study computer science, we just look about data and information. Now we have to go into knowledge and intelligence, and that will be how you can create the knowledge intelligence is after you have the analytic of the data. Because now it's not just file or database. Now it's a hyper database, mega. That's what they call big data, because many database now being connected, and you have a structured. I think traditionally we only discuss about structured data, but now there are many unstructured data need to be assembled. So you need the artificial intelligence to do this assembly data into information that can be created as a knowledge, and it can be used as a tool for decision making. All right, so these are some of the scenario how the Industrial 4.0 implementation. So you start with the initial connectivity where you have your data collection, your analysis and communication. Then it goes into your process optimization. So we work on the how to increase the networking and digitalization and improve the process and so on. So definitely we have to get the process to be faster and faster and at a shorter period. And also we look into the process flow and quality. This is where you create the digital element of the processes to determine the source of material and go into the end product. And so this is where the stage where cybersecurity is very important, because we have to measure the risk, the data risk, and also the increase of the connectivity to the system. And with this, so definitely you have to create new models and new implementation. So this is very important, because, for example, now, for example, in the learning management or campus management, traditional, the ecosystem of student is the register. Then at the end of the program, they will get the certificate. And this certificate will be handed over during the convocation. But now, we may have just a digital certificate. Student can just, once they have passed, they can just have the certificate digitally. And I think we have implemented called a blockchain certificate, where now, there are a lot of physical disaster. So with this digital certificate, student will be able to retrieve back all their certificate which is stored in the blockchain. However, we need to put a very high security so that this certificate will not be tampered. So there are a lot of high-end algorithm that we need to import in place or embedded in the certificate so that nobody can ever tamper. Because the combination of a key of this certificate will be very huge, using 512 bits of data as one key. So definitely it will be difficult for you to remember with 512 bits of data, not just 14 digits and so on, but 512 bits of data for one key of certificate. Okay, so this is an overall spectrum of industry where cybersecurity is very important in the implementation of 4.0. The introduction of the challenges when IF 4.0 was released in 2020, all these sectors must make sure cybersecurity must be part of it. Must be a component. You cannot develop system now just having just username and password. That's all not enough. So you have to put a lot of other elements that to protect and to defend, and also any ideas intrusion. So you need to have intrusion detection system, which require an artificial intelligence algorithm to develop embedded in the cybersecurity. So all the various industry from manufacturing, healthcare, financial services in particular, I think last year you have about more than 300 attacks to the bank account by the ransomware and malware. So this, I think financial services is the most critical with cybersecurity because now all our transaction, our operation of the bank services is all online. I think if you can see in Malaysia as well, number of ATMs has been reduced because people go into internet banking because they want to reduce the number of machines. Because why? You have to reduce the usage of the power consumption. So that's another effect there. Because of insufficient power consumption, so we have to reduce the machine. So when there is a machine, then you have to use the IoT to have our processing. So I think there is a trend. For example, now if in Malaysia again, I think the recent one, we have been using many years our touch and go. We have to go to the machine, to the kiosk or any service center to reload your balance in your touch and go card. But recently, a few months ago, you already introduced touch and go with NFC, where you can reload using through your phone. So you just connect to your bank account, put into your e-wallet and upload your whatever, reload your accounts into your touch and go. So I mean, you don't have to go to the any physical machine, just use your phone on the mobile. So mean you cannot live your life without phone with you all the time. So this is another important part. So you can also look from the public safety. So again now, a lot of area now with all the CCTV. CCTV is a must now because this is very important for the public safety. But again, information from these recorded images and video has to be secured so that no other people can tap into it and use for other unethical usage. The other control of cybersecurity is energy and utility. So definitely the control of the power line by our electrical boards, the control of water supply. So all has to be monitored so that no, it should be legally used by the system, then you can monitor from other incident. All right, so what I mentioned earlier is here that it's all about service. So in reality, we need to improve the service. So now from the IR 4.0, it goes into service 4.0. So there's the cybersecurity element will be very important in terms of to make sure all this merging technology be able to control all the processes. And they are all safe. Right? So just a few definitions of servitization. So this is where we look into the development of new services and improvement of the existing one, whether it's a mix or hybrid application, the digitalization technology into the new business model, and how you shift from the service to product-centric companies. And there is a differentiation between digitization and digitalization, right? So traditionally, we only digitize. Mean you convert the manual, the hard copy into the digital form. But the process of digitalization is enabling or improving the processes using digital technology. And you have to be human-driven to the software-driven process. So that is the differentiation. All right. So for all the thing that the 9 pillars of IR 4.0, the one of the important aspect that run all these application for the IR 4.0 platform is the AI. So AI play important role in this. I think though the AI is already in the idea is already many years ago, but the use of AI is more crucial now. The understanding and the technical expertise are very really required at the moment, because the IR require this particular competency. People to develop many specific AI applications like expert system, NLP, speech recognition, voice recognition, image recognition, video recognition. These are required very sophisticated, high-end, complex algorithm need to understand. So definitely being involved in the AI, you have to be mathematically inclined in your competency. Because this is very important, because as I mentioned just now, we are in the connected world. IoT is the important part in this connected world. So means you have to get the software manage the hardware through the complex algorithm of AI. The machine learning and vision, machine vision, and so on. And basically, for those in IT or involved in programming, this will be the future trend of programming, which is Python. Now IoT is much faster and easier to use. The R for analytics and Java for the front end application. Right. So just basically how AI works. So first, I think we have to get AI to support us in terms of training the data. What it means by training the data is collecting the data, cluster it, and transform into the knowledge. So that is the word training the data. So because from that training, after clustering and segmentation, then the data can be correlated, and then you can do a pattern analysis of the data. So this is a very important aspect where AI play an important role here. So in terms of AI, so they will focus in 3 main cognitive skills. One is the learning skill, reasoning skill, and self-correction. And learning skill, I think, is very familiar. The reasoning also quite familiar in most of computer science or people in the software engineering. But self-correction is a thing that need to be focused, need to be refined further in terms of the algorithm. Okay, so look into the importance of AI. So here is the to integrate the operation of enterprise, to look into how to manage the repetitive and detail-oriented tasks. I think so you must get something not easily tired. The machine can get tired after overuse, but again, I think they are more robust than the person is there, because they just do what is being instructed as in the algorithm, right? So AI tools are often complete job quickly. I think later on Dr. Rabat can talk about all the collaborative tools in the AI that you can create, how to create the algorithm and the programming and functionality so that the job can be run quickly. This is under AI. I think there's now we are using what we call RPA, robotic process automation. So meaning you can have I think most people will say that they will see robot physically, robot serving you your coffee, serving your food. You can generate using a vending machine, which is being prepared. But now robot is not just physical. We also have a software robot. Means that it's not physically seen, but it do your job. I think now, like for example, manufacturing or HR, they already have a robot that being created, do it like a human. So for example, by 28th of every month, salary must be generated. So the robot will determine all the input so that you don't need a human touch. Just create the intelligence and your payslip and the money transfer from the company account to your respective individual account as a paid for the month, right? So this is one aspect of where the application of AI is already in that in place in the market. All right, so I think this is briefly, you can see the differences. Definitely when you go to AI, beside the advantage, you can also see some of the disadvantage of it. So here, you have detail mean advantage. The system can do your detail-oriented job, reduce your time for heavy tasking, so you can process millions of data in a few minutes or seconds, depend on the processing, deliver consistent result as long as your rules and algorithm has been embedded into the system, and it's always available all the time. But the advantage is that you need to spend your investment on it. So you require deep technical expertise, supply of qualified manpower to build the AI tools, and he has to be able to generate from one task to another in the operation. All right. So let's see what is a simple definition of cybersecurity. So cybersecurity here is a practice of deploying people, policy, and process and technology to protect organization. I think the keyword is protect organization of their critical system and the sensitive information from any digital attacks, unethical attack, illegal attack, and so on. So these are the things that you look from the cybersecurity, right? And now previously, the board members of company just look at cybersecurity as just a security. Now, cybersecurity is a business risk. So this is not a technology risk, but business risk. But because if your data is lost, data is being siphoned, then the business will collapse. So this is very important. And you can see that after I think a few years ago now, the position of CIO, CIS, Chief Information Security Officer. Earlier, we only have Chief Information Officer that managing the system. But now you might have another technical skill personnel, which is Chief Information Security Officer. So this person should know about the system, to know about system development, but they also have to know about cybersecurity and the cybersecurity law, because they have to comply to all whatever government putting into the law of the cyber. So this is another one. If I can put it together now, earlier we have just IT manager or IT director. Then we have a new position called CIO. Then after that, they call Chief Knowledge Officer. And now we have another skill, which is Chief Information Security Officer. So this is a new challenges, new skill, new competency required in the area of situation in the world now. Okay, so here we can see that what is the issues faced by the organization, right? So the issue here is how we want to protect ourselves from the cyber security attack, and how we look into from protecting from social engineering. Here, social engineering, in the other terminology, they call phishing. Mean how you put your illegal things to the organization, to the people in the social media. So we have all these things. And ransomware, cloud computing issues, because now how you put yourself, because as mentioned, now data is not physically in your own physical location. If you are using cloud computing, the data is somewhere in the cyberspace. We do not know where is the hardware, but we just put up the data in the cyberspace. Yes, there is an hardware located somewhere. You don't know where is it. So it could be in America, it could be in Africa, it could be in Singapore, or it could be in Malaysia. Your data, because you just subscribe the space. Where will be the space? You don't take known physically. Another one is distributed denial of service. So this is more on the network security, right? So because, like I said, for example, there's malware attacked to your computer. If suddenly you cannot access the internet, so mean if you enable all the browser security features, so if there's some strange messages coming into your computer, then the network will block messages. It goes into the computer. So don't be panic, because Microsoft, for example, Google, Internet Explorer, Mozilla, now they have embedded a lot of security features so that things are not familiar in terms of messages going to you or strange IP coming into your computer, then they will check whether this is valid or invalid. Just like before, I think if you have, I must have experience when we start using credit card, they can, if you are, say for example, you regularly take your petrol in Shah Alam, for example. Every time you go to that station, suddenly the next day, you go and pump in your petrol in the northern part of Malaysia, for example, 400 kilometers from your current location. Then the system will block that card or give you the message saying that, is it you or not? Because they will suspect somebody is using your card. So if you don't respond, then your card will be blocked. So this is part of it, where DDoS will detect in the network. So if you are accessing something that not familiar by the browser will detect you. For example, you have not used your machine for quite some time. Then it will Microsoft Windows will detect, okay, is it yours using this machine because you have not using the machine, or you bought another new machine, new computer, and you use your account using that computer. So the operating system and the browser will detect whether this is your account or not, or is it your machine using that account or not. So this is another thing. So the other challenges is the knowledge of AI and machine learning, so which is very important now. So the curriculum in the university also have to goes the changes, modification, the enhancement according to the requirement of AI and machine learning for to support the IR 4.0 in the future, waiting for IR 5.0. The other one is the crypto and blockchain attacks, because now we have a cryptocurrency. Yeah, so the money is not in the bank, the money is somewhere in the space. So there is, I think there's a crisis one time where many people lost their money on the crypto environment, right? All right, so these are the a few threats. I think I take out the 5 most cybersecurity threat that happening in the world. First, the highest threat is the malware, followed by a web-based attack. So this is somebody go into it. And then you have web application attack, where they go into the application. Phishing mostly messages sent to your email. So if you respond to your email, then ask you for bank account, then after that, they can go into your bank system and withdraw the money from your account. Then the other one is DDoS, the denial of the system. So these are the things that are happening for the past years. So you can see from here that cryptocurrency miner has the highest issues in terms of malware. 92% of detected malware infection came from the email. And then we have a location of web-based attack. I think US is the highest one. Next one is Netherlands, Germany, and France. Alhamdulillah, Malaysia is not that critical at the moment, but we have to be very careful. Web application. So web application is very important for the system designer, the system engineer, to make sure the SQL injection has been embedded into the sensor that it will not happen into your application. So this is more on the database system, where you have to put the protection. So we have to be more intrusion detection rather than fighting it against it. So the intrusion detection is a good research that we have to do, so that a lot of intrusion happening. So this is involved in terms of database access, application development, and so on, right? So this is more, the challenge is on the system engineers to develop, to make sure applications are defensive against the SQL injection, because a lot of hackers try to check into the weakness of the application, where is the loophole of the application. So I think there's always, I said this story, my analogy of cybersecurity is what happened in Malaysia many years ago, where there's a bank attack by robbers in one of the locations in KL. The boss, the room was fully protected, highly secured, left, right, and all the 360 degrees rotation, top. But one of the weakness of that control room, a strong room, is the bottom. So the robbers attack the bottom, and they go into the safe room, the control room, and take all the money. They put the high bricks wall. So again, this is where the analogy of SQL injection. You can make very nice application. You protect the system here and there, but somebody can go into this loophole. So because there are hackers, they will know how to determine where is the weakness point of the application. And from there, they send some function, and then they set a time bomb. After that, the system bursts and open to attacks. Right. So these are some of the very things that we need to look into that. Right. So again, after that situation, so what is the thing that happened in the cyber attacks are here? Already mentioned in phishing, misuse of information, internet services on the cloud, network related DDoS, and the supply chain attack and ransomware. I think now very common is about ransomware. Right, so this is the process how the attack was done. So like in the ransomware, they send you email. So make sure don't respond to email that never that you don't know. Don't answer any information, particularly personal information, your bank account and so on. So when you respond, then they will be able to detect your IP, and then they'll be able to do some algorithm to check your password, and it goes into your personal account, and then you can get all the other data and do the ransom. So the ransom, they will lock your data, then they will ask for money. If you don't want the data to be lost, then you have to pay for it. Amount that being requested by these hackers. Right. So it means now the cybersecurity in Malaysia is very highly taken care, very highly concerned, area of concern of Malaysia. So where we have in the government of Malaysia also have launched the cybersecurity strategy until 2024. I think they're going to revise further and allocate 434 million US to do the preparation of national cybersecurity. Right? So these are the things that are developed by MDEC in terms of the importance of to get. So in Malaysia, we are in requirement of 10,500 cybersecurity talents, because we need all these cybersecurity officers to manage the security. So now not people look for system engineers, but you are looking for security engineers. Right. So these are the few attacks happened in the news. A few happened since 2017 until 2021. So these are the various attacks happened in Malaysia a few years ago. Right. Right. So for Malaysia, the cybersecurity law, there's no one specific on cybersecurity law, but they are mentioned in the few other acts that are passed by the parliament. So we have a Computer Crime Act 1997, Communication and Multimedia Act 1998, we have Penal Code, Copyright Act 1987, Data Protection Act 2010, that's the most recent one. Digital Signature Act 1997, Strategic Trade Act 2010, Sedition Act 1948, Case Law, and some other policies. I think this one, Nadia will be know better in details about all these acts passed by the Parliament of Malaysia. On the things we look into the cybersecurity, these are few things element of things that required in terms of the cybersecurity bill that passed by the Malaysian government. In terms of to look into the law is look into treat everything like it's vulnerable. Assume people won't follow the rules, so that's why you need that security. If you don't need it, get it out. So I mean, any data that's not important, make sure you delete it and remove from your system. Document everything and audit regularly so that and plan for any failure. For example, you can even get whether our MyStatra have planned for failure or not. So that is the issue now. All right. So these are some of the offenses and all the acts that I mentioned earlier. So we look into the offenses of related to misuse of computers, gaming, and so on. Offenses related to communication multimedia industry, copyrights, and so on. Phishing, using the online email and so on. Online harassment. So you put all the harassment online, and where people know that you are being harassed, and then they ask for ransom. Online spreading of terrorist propaganda, facilitating delivery of weapons, electronic theft, steal your money through the bank account, failure of data user to secure. So this is more on the people in charge of information repository, online personal data defamation. So I think the PDPA in Malaysia and other part of the country, other country in the world, also everybody has their own data protection acts to protect all the consumer about their personal data. All right, so and I think this is a few things that need to be followed by most organizations. If you are bringing your own device, then you need to register all the device used at your work. If it's personal machine, personal computer, need to be registered and then monitor the software that you use. And other thing is you have to follow all the acts that have been released by the government, and you have to understand accordingly and follow the requirement of the acts. Then you are in the safe of the cybersecurity. At least you are being a precaution on that. Okay, in Malaysia, there are 3 men at the moment. I think besides, there are many others, but the core one is the Cybersecurity Malaysia that manages our cybersecurity space. The Malaysian Computer Emergency Response Team. So if you have any internet problem or internet attacks, then you can report to the MyCERT so that they can do the investigation. And also we have Cybersecurity Malaysia Outreach and Corporate Commitment Department. So this is where to assist you. You have with your ransomware and so on. So you can make a report. Then they will do the investigation, how it happened and whether we can catch the person who are involved in that. Right? So what is the prediction of the 2020? This is from one of the report that I got recently. So there will be ransomware will not end. I think they are more intelligent now. They are more aggressive now. So be careful with that. So you have to look into these are few source of where the cyber attack was initiated. The Russia, in Iran, China, and North Korea. So you can see whether there's happening like what happened in Afghanistan. You see about the defect fix, cyber outsourcing, cloud. So cloud computing, since everybody now on the cloud. So that will be another thing that maybe will be happening. So those software engineer, so to have to be careful before. So do not get into any cloud provider. So must get into the well-established cloud computing provider. And more internet things means your device, you are more vulnerable, you are more open to attacks into your system. Because as I mentioned, with the IoT, we are all connected. Right? Okay, so I think in just briefly for MSU, these are a few of research areas that if you are interested to join in and to be with MSU. We have new media technology, we have big data, data mining, AI, blockchain, email processing, digital education, gamification, AI, IoT, informatics, brain-computer interface, vision science, face recognition. All these things can all be related to cybersecurity. So it all interrelated. You can put everything here, all the research with the cybersecurity, AI with cybersecurity. Image processing also can be related to cybersecurity. AR and VR, also now they call MR, mixed reality as well. And Internet of Things, now they have changed the terminology from Internet of Things, Internet of Everything. So that's another. So everything now is on the internet, not just things. Right? I think that so that is okay for these are some of the center of excellence that we have in MSU. So we have IT and Innovation Center, you have cybersecurity and big data and others here on leadership, on halal, on clinical, and also complementary and eye center. Okay, Nadia, I think in terms of my presentation, I already covered a bit brief because not be able to go through in detail every single slide. But if there is any question by the audience, I will be happy to respond to it. So I pass to you, Nadia.
Thank you so much, Prof. That was not a very concise presentation, Prof. It was a very good, very detailed presentation. We learned a lot from the presentation, Prof.
Okay.
If there's any question from the students, we might take two or three questions before we have our break, 5 minutes break, and then I'll proceed on with the session. Any questions from the student? If let's say your microphone is not working, you can also type at the chat box here. Sorry, at the chat provided here. If there's any question.
Too many things to digest at one time. No response?
There is no question, Prof. However, the Ruchi Sinha here has typed a statement: with increased focus on internet banking populations like senior citizens and people with lesser education remain unprotected. Oh, it's a question. Okay, so the question is, how do we resolve issues of digital divide? How do we resolve issues of digital divide?
Okay. I think one of the things that we can, from my point of view, one is we have to have education for the as senior citizen. If I can put this way, if the people with the age of 70 and above, maybe they have that problem of understanding the technology. That's why the bank still provide counters for all these people who has less understanding of that about that. However, I think there will be in the due population. First is we have to give awareness and simple training to use the system, and also well, they have to get their young people to assist them in terms of the operation of the internet banking as well. So this is one of the things. And the other thing is we have to give education to them how to use it. Means in the family has to assist this particular senior citizen to use the latest technology that we have. I know I also experienced that. My family also, there are few which are not IT literate.
So they had to get assistance from the young people. I think we have to more focus on the young people, the new generation or the middle generation, to use the application. So that I think it takes time. Even you can see the revolution of 3.0 to 4.0, it takes years to get it stabilized. So this thing also, I will expect 4.0 to 5.0 will take time. So the basic is the education. You have to give awareness to give and easy to use. If I look into like using ATM now, it's much simpler than when it was introduced 35 years ago. I think that's my opinion on that. Okay, I think there's another question here.
Yeah.
Should we start teaching cyber safety as a compulsory subject in education system? Okay, I totally agree on that. Even the computer forensic program in Malaysia, I can say MSU only have that bachelor in computer forensic. Others may be embedded in their program, but in MSU we have one program called Bachelor, Diploma, and Bachelor in Computer Forensic. So because that was we developed that program 10 years ago. So we anticipate that requirement, and I totally agree. Probably, if I know, in our secondary education, now we have a few streams. You have the art stream, you have the agriculture stream, and then you have the science stream. So now the science stream have already break into another two. They have the pure science stream, and then they have now the IT stream. So the computer science stream or the IT stream, I think should introduce this cyber security and safety. So they on the technical part, but for others students, we are not taking IT. I think we should have a curriculum, maybe in the civic curriculum or co-curriculum, introduce like the general knowledge about safety, because now they have all this physical safety and so on. However, I think we have to add another topic called cyber safety as part of it, so that I think that the young need to be told the pro and cons using social media. What is need to be not to expose, what is not can be exposed. I think there need to have been a guide or information, so that they know when to share, when not to share, when to upload, when not to upload. Because sometimes they're so excited, they upload everything. So this is where the fisher will detect and do necessary thing to make a ransom. I think that is my opinion. Yes, I do agree. Maybe at the beginning not as a compulsory, but it can put as one of the topic in one of the subject, particularly the gender subject. Then you can talk about that moral study, and maybe another in the moral study you can put as a cyber security as one of the subject matters to be exposed to the student. I think that's my opinion on that. Okay. Do you have any there?
Thank you so much, Prof. Shall we have another question? There was
no, just a statement.
Post here, Prof, for you. If there's no more question, I think we should have let's take a 5 minutes break, and then I'll continue the session. We'll take a 5 minutes break. We'll be back here in Malaysia. It's in 1:47. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Yeah. So thank you so for the presentation. So some of the participants were asking, is it possible for them to have your slides?
How you share the slide? Okay.
Okay. Perhaps Prof can share here in the chat box. if possible.
Share in the chat box.
Yeah, if possible.
This will be very heavy.
Oh, very heavy. Oh, okay.
Uh,
You share it with me, Prof, and I'll share it later on.
I forward to you later.
Okay.
Then I put into your email lah. Because
Alright, sure,
uploading will be slow. Right?
Yeah, okay, Prof. Okay, let's go for the 5 minutes break before we carry on with the legal part of the presentation. Okay. Ada buat. Okay, I think that's the 5 minutes break. Mr. Sanidia, I will be presenting next. So can you please assist me in admitting all the new participants who would like to join the session? Sanidia, Mr. Sanidia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I leave it to you, yeah, to admit, because I'll be sharing my slides in a while. So shall we start with part 2 for MSU? Shall we? Okay. That was a very good sharing by Prof. Ghaffar, and my sharing would be mostly on the legal part of usage of AI. So since MSU has secured this grant on online hate speech, and basically it's the content moderation and algorithm bias on online hate speech, and that it actually covers and talk about the constitutional part of AI, as well as infringement of the use of AI in everyday lives of human. So online hate speech is closely related with algorithm bias or content moderation based on the network service providers. Network service providers. So hence we will be talking about, my presentation will be talking about these two aspects on AI, on the artificial intelligence part, on how the use of AI can be moderated or can be governed, or what kind of guideline or policies that can be used to govern AI content moderation, especially on human rights or fundamental liberties of human. So before further ado, let me introduce myself. My name is Nadia Nabila. I'm a law lecturer in Management and Science University, Malaysia. My forte or my field or my interest would be in criminal justice and as well as constitution. So my PhD, my thesis itself is talking about the emphasis of Peaceful Assembly Act 2012 here in Malaysia, and matters governing to freedom of assembly and association. Due to that, I have applied this national grant, which will cover research on freedom of assembly and expression, which also covers on freedom of assembly and association, which also covers on freedom of expression, online hate speech and algorithm bias and so on. So for today's presentation, I would like to share my slides. Before we start, hold on.
Ma'am, I think you are on mute, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hold on, yeah. Let me get my slides sorted out. Okay. Is my slide visible, and is it in full screen? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So as I stated earlier, the grant that we receive, that the MSU has secured, is on online hate speech. However, for today's presentation, since we have already done online hate speech for previous years, so for today's presentation or today's sharing, I'll be specifically talking on the freedom of assembly and association, which also covers on expression. Because why? When we when we practice our freedom of assembly and also association, we would definitely be practicing our freedom of expression as well. Because when you are together in a group, when we come together in a group, we would be communicating. And with communication, it could happen in many ways. We could be communicating by verbally, or we could be communicating with signals or sign language. We can also be silent, okay? For some assemblies, there are also silent assemblies. We can also be silent, but we will be sharing some banners, which is in writing. So hence, today's presentation would be focused on the use of AI in governing online peaceful assembly, and also how the shift from the civic space to the internet has taken place during COVID-19, especially during COVID-19, other than the advanced use of technology, which is currently happening, which is also due to COVID-19, and the conundrum of this AI and the infringements to human rights, and how is it violating human rights in the current disposition or position. So, is my slide moving? Is my slide moving to the next slide? Okay. So, as an introduction, I would like to share why is it important to enunciate the rights to freedom of association and assembly. Because the definition of freedom of assembly is as provided under Article 20 of the UDHR, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and it has also been combined with Article 19 of the freedom of Article 19 on freedom of expression, which is also together to ensure the rights to gather publicly and privately or collective expression, or to promote or to pursue and defend common interests. So when we talk about freedom of assembly, as I stated earlier, when we assemble or when we join into an organization or association, it is not just the act of ensuring communication in that association. It is also an act of communication and connection, and also how we are going to interact in those groups or in the assembly. So what is assembly according to Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which is OSCE? It defines freedom of peaceful assembly as the international and temporary presence of a number of individuals in a public or in a place, in a private place, for a common expressive purpose. So that's why today's session will be talking about together the combination of freedom of assembly and association with the expression as well. The freedom of often freedom of speech and also freedom of assembly are linked together, but it has different dangers of conflating in time and also place and the manner of which those rights can be exercised. So here are some international instruments, okay? Among the international instruments that provides for freedom of assembly, since there's a lot of law students here and also some fellow law colleagues or peers. So these are some that covers on Clause 1 of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR. Also Article 21, and Article 22 on association, 21 on assembly, 22 is on association, of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which is ICCPR, and Article 8, more on association. This covers more on association compared to assembly. Of the International Covenant of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which is ICESCR. So other than that, Article 4 and Article 5 of the International Convention of Elimination of all forms of racial discrimination, ICERT, which is very famous, very well known, since this is on racial discrimination. Okay, so this is very well known to govern on racial issues. Other than that, on Article 15 of the Child Rights Convention, and also number 87, number 98, and also number 135, item 135 of the International Labour. Okay, so these are among the international instruments that will govern FOAA as well as expression. So under the Malaysian law, since I'm in Malaysia, under the Malaysian law, we have two main acts or two main legal framework to cover on FOAA. So the first act is on, the first law is the Federal Constitution, which is Article 10 of Federal Constitution, which covers on, guarantees the Malaysian citizens the right to freedom of speech, as well as freedom of assembly and freedom of. And in particularly with this topic, okay, Peaceful Assembly Act is enacted to provide a guideline, to people in organizing or attending an assembly. So if there were an assembly which will take place in Malaysia, the assembly should be informed prior 10 days before the assembly took place. And this is under Article 10 of, Section 10 of Peaceful Assembly Act, PAA 2012. So this provides the people with a legal channel to organize and participate in such a peaceful assembly. And the Act also conferred power to the police to make restriction, which is previously under the Police Act 1967. But after the amendment of this Act, that special powers given to the police, or the powers afforded to the police in order to make restrictions over peaceful assembly or any form of assembly in that matter in the previous Act, is governed under Section 26 or 27, Section 26 and 27, but is amended into this Peaceful Assembly Act. And this is actually a specific law that regulates on the rule and regulations in organizing and joining an assembly. So what are among the new technologies which is used in current demonstrations or in current online gatherings or online peaceful assemblies? So the ICT and AI technologies have become instrumental to the rights to freedom of peaceful assembly, because they can be used to, among others, organize assembly, coordinating them and publicizing them to a larger audience. So often via social media networks. Therefore, in our previous presentation last year, we have already enunciated, or we have already discussed how is this social media networks, or how are the internet service provider, what are the powers under all these platforms, and how do they regulate or moderate or even clean contents which are put up on their sites, especially by social media networks. And from the previous discussion, we have already discussed that among the many social media network providers or platforms, the best so far up till last year was Facebook. They have did a very good job in cleansing or cleaning or moderating what are to be published and what are to be removed, what contents are to be published or what contents are to be removed, best to be removed in matters of sensitivities or something or anything which is in infringement over human rights. So other forms of networks and collisions as well has been used as new technological progress or improvement in order for current situation of peaceful assemblies. So to ensure privacy and safety of communication, as an example, via end-to-end encryption are also one of the ways new technologies facilitate to peaceful assembly. Other than that, sharing of information with traditionally marginalized groups or activists as well, with specific topics or with specific ends to meet or with specific aims as well, are one of the new technologies which is used among the methods or among the vision or mission of this new latest technologies used for sharing of this whatever ideologies or whatever theories which they believe to be true, or how they impose on new delivery techniques of all these beliefs online. So this could facilitate the management of assemblies by authorities and also organizers. As I stated earlier, Facebook is known to be one of the best content moderator and as well as best cleaners department, having the best cleaners department to moderate content under social media networks. So, okay, proceeding on, since 2019, we know that COVID-19 has transformed the way we live, and we need to embrace this new culture of this new norm of everything converting to technology, as I stated earlier, from the civic space to the internet. Therefore, assemblies can happen also online. Hate speech can happen. Previously, it happens face-to-face. Currently, it can also happen online. Digital peaceful assembly or digital expression or speeches. So with the era of new normal, we can see that heavy reliance on technologies across sectors are currently used. So these are among So COVID and the rise of digital assemblies, especially, has been discussed by the UN, United Nations, and the Human Rights Council has declared that the same rights for people, or that people have offline, which is face-to-face presence, must also be protected online. So the internet, particularly social media and other ICTs, have to facilitate the enjoyment of these rights to freedom of assembly and the association, both online and also offline. So online peaceful assembly refers to an intentional and temporary gathering in a private or a public space for a specific purpose that includes the act of coordinating, organizing gathering, planning of meeting on platforms available online, such as instant messaging, could be by way of instant messaging, voice over internet protocol, chat applications, email groups, and mailing lists, among others. So here are some examples of types of peaceful assemblies, which is enunciated in my current slide. So online peaceful assemblies may take place in matters such as hashtags in technological usage, or in hashtags which are currently or commonly used to share information or to mobilize individuals and gather worldwide support. Okay, by using this hashtag, they are actually gathering support, or actually comprising a group of creating a group for that particular topic or that particular issue. And other than that, end-to-end encryption technologies like pseudonyms and other digital security features empower individuals to operate in a safe digital space to connect and mobilize without undue interference. So petitions and crowdfunding platform are also one of the types of online peaceful assembly, which has happened lately ever since the COVID-19, because there are not many face-to-face or not many interaction in presence that has happened. So all petitions and crowdfunding platforms are actually circulated through social media as well to reach new audiences and to enable greater participation and to spread information worldwide. So for instance, the younger generations nowadays, their efforts worldwide to use social media platforms such as TikTok, as an example, to mobilize against injustice. So the most recent that has happened is fans of South Korea's pop music scene, known as K-pop, engaged in an online activism to support the Black Lives Matter movement, and therefore circulated or escalated the online assembly to a greater heights. So this would be next. Okay. So this diagram shows the categories of the four main classifications of online peaceful assembly or protests that has happened within the year 2020 from 2020 to 2021. So among others, the four main classifications of assemblies or demonstrations online happen are for matters such as anti-confinement, the blue colored here. Secondly is on labor and sector demands. Okay, as an example here in Malaysia, the demands of doctors, because they are very tired, they are not compensated with enough rest in handling this COVID-19. So other than that, the third main issues or classification of issues, which is discussed online, is on economic, social, and also cultural rights. And lastly, other demands, which comprise of the last portion of this main category group. So if you can see from the diagrams, if the participants can see from the diagrams, so the three main classification of demonstrations of peaceful assembly happened here is everything is on three basic needs, which also governs on FOAA, which is freedom of assembly and association, as well as expression, which is anti-confinement, perhaps the first one. So which brings me to the next slide. So AI technologies and peaceful assembly, how does this interact together, or how does this be in the same context? So FOAA online, freedom of assembly and association online, is predicated and on access to the internet, impacting individuals from exercising their human rights online by excluding them from the internet. So internet censorships and internet shutdowns also represent ways in which freedom of assembly and association online can be restricted without recourse to artificial intelligence. So AI is currently used in content display and moderation and also surveillance. Okay, so although recent articles have discussed the potential roles for AI in cyber attacks, these types of attacks have not yet been manifested in a significant way. So thus content display and moderation and surveillance represent the key vectors in which AI will impact FOAA, freedom of assembly and association, in the future. Which brings me to content display of AI. So content display occurs when algorithms determine what content appears in your search results or on social media feeds. So AI system learn which content generates users' interactions, and the system will respond to this data based on how it has been programmed. Most usually it serves more of the same type of content. So for instance, Instagram's AI system will take as input the liking of photographs, the likes on photographs of flowers perhaps, and respond to this pattern by delivering more photographs of flowers, as well as frequently liked photographs by other users who also like flowers. So it's the same on the same subjects. So the data can come from a single internet browsing session, or the years of social media use, or from any anonymous aggregated data based on geography or other demographics. So on the rights to freedom of opinion and expression, it is observed that AI-driven personalization may also minimize exposure to diverse views in interfering with individual agency to seek and also share ideas and opinion across ideological, political, or social divisions. So, which brings us to the second part of content display. From content display, there will also be content moderation. So, automated content moderation uses AI to remove content, respond to users' reports, and mediate comments, and to delete spams. So it is also used to recommend content for further reviews by human moderators. So here AI can influence assemblies online and offline as well, and by eliminating events or conversations from social media platforms. So this can be more harmful to content, okay, to content display, because it deprives individual of the opportunity to for assembly and association, rather than making it simply difficult to find. Okay. So an internet search for a petition or protest, as an example, which has been subject to content display, will eventually turn up the event or the group. So a similar search for some event or petition which has been moderated will turn up no evidence of its existence. So the arguments over the ineffectiveness of AI in content moderation and the continued relevance of human is important in understanding how the systems will impact freedom of expression and assembly online. So indeed, although the simple facts that content is moderated and removed may be enough to defer both online and offline assembly and association, the opaqueness or consequences, fallibility of this lack of remedy and outsized media excitement, coupled with explicit commitments on to increase AI moderation, means that there are multiple vectors through which AI can deprive users of their ability to sign petitions or organize by protests and otherwise exercise their rights to assembly and also association online. So which brings me forward to my next slides. Hold on. Sorry, I couldn't move my slide. Okay, yeah. Which brings me to my next slide, on the discussion of facial recognition, because the issue of facial recognition also happens when participants of freedom peaceful assembly took place online. Because when you are using these platforms online, it is different than you're demonstrating or joining riots face-to-face presence. So in presence, it might be difficult to detect or to use the technology of face recognition. However, for online peaceful assembly, the use of FRTE special recognition technologies in publicly accessible spaces constitute an interference with several fundamental rights of individuals, including their rights to privacy. One of the issues is rights to privacy and to take part in a peaceful assembly. Without, we also have rights to not, whether you want to be involved or otherwise, whether you want to be known or otherwise. So it is rights to your privacy. Okay, and other than that, Article 21 on rights of peaceful assembly of the International Covenant of Civic and Political Rights, ICCPR, highlights that if an assembly takes place in public, it does not give the privilege to violate participants their fundamental liberties, as compared to if it is held online, because of the issues of facial recognition and recordings. And as an example, today's session is also being recorded. So some of the issues that might take place among all is privacy, meaning that in the face-to-face assembly or in from the civic space assembly, it happens once and that was it. If it is recorded, it couldn't be as specific. It couldn't be as emphasized as it is recorded online, such as this session. So which brings me next to the risk related to facial recognition technologies. So one of the risks algorithm bias, which never returns a definitive results, but only probabilities. This means that when a large number of people's images are checked in mass or in real time or not, even if the risk of a false positive, as an example, a person wrongly identified as someone in a watch list of suspects or persons of interest, was reduced to at least 1%, a significant number of people would still be likely to be wrongly identified due to some issues on face recognition. So 1,000 people out of 100,000 demonstrators in a public assembly, might be 1% is actually 100 people out of 100,000 demonstrators in a public assembly. So this is a very large number as compared to if it is 100 demonstrators. This is a very large numbers, and if this is the error that could happen, imagine what could happen to this 1,000 people. Yeah. So other than that, the risk of wrong identification is also further compounded by the risk of bias and discrimination. So FRT can have higher error rates depending on the quality of the image and also environment in which it is extracted. But also depending on the age, perpetrating discriminations against gender, skin color, and other physical traits of individuals. There is also an issue on face recognition, algorithm bias issues. Some face recognition devices or tools does not recognize skin color. As an example, perhaps darker skin color or lighter skin color is not recognized perfectly or completely recognized under this face recognition, FRT and the FRT. So even the database, even the data set of images against which the FRT systems are trained may amplify existing social bias against people of color, minorities, women, and other vulnerable groups still prevails. So FRT can be done openly, but also secretly. So people whose images are taken and processed may not know that this is happening or may not be in a position to avoid this from happening. So their rights to challenge such use of possible abuse is also compromised. So the privacy rights as well, we have spoken earlier on face detection as well as presence online, their presence online. So before I left off this discussion, I would like to make a statement that I think that emotion is an essential part of human intelligence. However, without emotional intelligence, artificial intelligence will remain incomplete. Therefore, the AI systems must be transparent to avoid algorithm bias and possible violations of human rights in ensuring AI sustainability for the future generations. That's the presentation today. If there's any question from the participants, check box. Okay, I shall take questions from the participants. If there are any questions, I'll check the box. Perhaps I can get some questions from the law, but just legal, just the law students or the law participants here today on the international conventions or the international framework of AI. Piyush, do you have any question here? Okay, if there are no questions, I'll proceed to a 5 minutes break before we carry on, before we continue on to our third presenter, to our third speaker. Oh, hold on, there is a question here. Okay, it just comes in. So how does AI differentiate between genuine and hoax organizers? Okay, this is a very, how to say, this is a very argumentative situation here on how AI differentiate between genuine and hoax organizers, because as I stated earlier, AI is actually determined or it's the data is actually set, the data set is actually set by human. So it is actually what humans determine or foresee or set it as assign it as genuine or assign it as hoax organizers. Mostly for assembly, I'm talking for the assembly, so for FOAA purposes, in order to detect or in order to differentiate whether it is a genuine or hoax organizers, what the participants can do is to check whether the organizers are registered, okay, to make it to see whether if it is legal, registered, and to see the platform use, if it is recognized or an official website or is it not. So I think that would be one of the ways to differentiate. In matters of technological, I would prefer to ask an AI expert, such as perhaps Prof. Ghaffar, to answer this issue. But in FOAA matters, I think the only way that participants can differentiate between hoax or genuine is by checking whether the dataset algorithm is actually set to support or otherwise the intention or the mission or vision of that particular FOAA. So participants could, number one, check the official organizer's website and see whether that is the official platform. And secondly, perhaps see whether it is registered or not. Is it legal website or is it not? If it is not, then you are actually prone to a hoax site. Thank you, Ms. Gucci Sinha, for the question. So Piyush, will AI be able, next, going on to the next question, will AI be able to control hate speech? Okay, as I stated earlier, even the definition of hate speech is not definite, or is not the same worldwide, because what is hate speech in Malaysia might not be hate speech in another country, or vice versa. So it is quite impossible to control hate speech. But what AI can do, or what we can do, humans who are setting up the data or the algorithm for AI, what we can do is we can at least try to comprehend or try to at least compile everything which is considered as hate speech in our nation or in our country, to see that we somewhat have some sort of control over it. As an example, in Malaysia, it would be an offense to publicly talk about the royals, as an example. Same goes for every other country who have royals or monarchy system. So in Malaysia, that is one of the content that I think should be regulated, as it is actually governed under Article 153, Article 151, Article 149, and so 149 to Article 154 of Federal Constitution. So because of that, I think the content moderation must be done by the AI experts themselves. Only then perhaps AI will be able to control. However, not 100%, and it has to be based on constant amendments or constant upgrade, constant improvement of what is considered as hate speech. Okay, thank you, Piyush. Kamal. For the next question, hold on, yeah. It's quite based on IP evidence and dark web organizers use hacked IP address, an issue in pedophiles collectives. Yeah, agree. Among the issues of freedom of assembly and association as well is this websites or sites or any platform which is used, any social media platform or blogs or whatever platform websites which are used to instigate negative or to instigate some immoral, we call it as immoral ideologies perhaps. So pedophile, since 2016, the issue has been vastly spoken about, and it has been in mass discussion, even online. So among the sites where these pedophile predators use, among the platform that they use is actually online. There are data which I'm not prepared to show, because one among the readings that I've read that I've done, these pedophiles they are actually using the most current social media platforms, such as TikTok, as an example. And TikTok has been actually recognized as one of the most dangerous or most negative place for minorities or any certain age of groups this pedophile would like to focus on in order to find their targets or to find to focus on such numbers of people to be gathered or to instigate their victims online among other ways. So yeah, I agree with Ms. Rushi as well. So the next question, Piyush Kamal, many a time, even the critical comments and sarcasms are being censored. Yeah, the censorship actually happens. This one is our discussion on previous years, which is on hate speech. So many times during this FOAA, the speeches or whatever statements that they wrote or they type on the platform has been censored. This is, as I stated before, on how Facebook FB use in order to moderate the content, because they have this cleaners departments in order to clean or to bring down or to take down or to delete some statements which are considered as sensitive or considered as sarcasm. However, Piyush, the issue here is when that hate speech itself cannot be considered as hate speech in worldwide or everywhere globally in the world, because what might be hate speech or what might be sarcasm in the US, perhaps as an example, wouldn't be hate speech here in Malaysia, as an example. Yeah. So next, and these days collectives are across national boundaries, so which law works? Okay, so Ms. Rushi, thank you so much. So, okay, so if it is across national boundaries, as I stated earlier, if it is concerning FOAA, definitely international instruments would be best to govern. We have, as I stated earlier, we have UDHR, we have ICCPR, we have ICESCR, we have a lot of those national covenants to govern if this offences or this violation happens transnational or national across the national boundaries. So next question, will AI control the rights to freedom of assembly and speech of editor? If yes, how? Okay, as I stated in my presentation earlier, AI, the most apparent control that AI may have over freedom of speech and expression, or FOAA for that matter, because assembly and association online, is if it happens online. Because whatever content which is which is shared online is actually moderated or will be moderated by this AI. So if let's say something is spoken or something is typed, and the AI detect the algorithm or the data set as offensive or as hate speech, that is how the AI is controlling the content. So if it is detected as offensive or sensitive or detected as hate speech, therefore with some mechanism or some tools, it should be taken down automatically by the service provider, network service provider, or whatever is that social media platform use in order to instigate or to publish these materials. Okay. So I teach in Tata Institute of Social Sciences. One subject is social action and advocacy. So I would like to invite you as a guest speaker. Okay, this would be, you can be on the side, Ms. Ruchi. Thank you so much for the invitation. I will be keeping contact with you. So if there are any other questions before we go for our break, and I will have my fellow colleagues, the most prestigious Dr. Rabab, to present after this on collaborative online tools, which will also talk about the use of AI in groups discussion. But her topic would specifically be on academic platforms. So is there any more questions?
Nadia?
Yes.
Nadia? Nadia?
Yes, Prof.
Just I want to add on
Sure, Prof. Sure, Prof.
One comment, the statement saying that can AI control the hate speech, and also can I control the right of freedom of speech and expression? I just want to respond a little bit.
when we do NI, first is you have to create the knowledge base of the system. So the knowledge base has to be based on the locality. So this knowledge base has to be determined whether the speech is a hate speech or not. So when somebody is talking about it on certain statement, so we will do the comparative analysis whether that could be the hate speech or not. So it means we have to create the audio knowledge of all the speeches and also the text knowledge of statements to tag it or to log it as a hate speech. So after then, AI will be able to assist in terms of detecting the speech whether it can be accepted or not. So the freedom will be if the particular speech is in the knowledge base, then it should be able to do that. So that I think my response to that question.
Thank you so much for the sharing, Prof. Yeah, I agree, Prof. Because as I stated earlier, hate speech is determined locally or domestically. Because what might be offensive here in Malaysia might not be offensive in China or in UK. As an example, Black Lives Matter doesn't bring any meaning for us here in Malaysia, but it brings a heavy weightage, means heavily in US perhaps. So I agree, Prof. But thank you so much for your explanation on how it is moderated or how it comes about to being moderated. So any more questions before we proceed on? There's no
Hello.
more. Yes.
This is Dr. Sudhakar, professor in law. So my simple question asked to you simple: how this arithmetic intelligence, which is a machine-based programming, control the freedom of speech and expression, which is the inherent the right of every human being, irrespective of their race, caste, color, creed, religion, etc. If it is yes, then what will be the impact over it?
Sorry, the question would be what would be the improvement?
What will be the impact? Yes.
What would be the impact? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm speaking from the legal perspective of this AI infringement over fundamental liberties. So from the legal perspective, the impact would be AI's, how we determine the content of AI would be, must be in accordance to what is provided under our federal constitution, number one, depending on your nation, the federal constitution. And most importantly is on the international instruments. It has to be in accordance to the international instruments, which has been provided under UDHR, and ICCPR, ICESR, and all the international conventions on human rights, especially ICIRT, if we're talking about racial. Okay, so and on point of view of the legal perspective, if whatever is considered as the data set or considered as offensive under certain program or under certain AI platform or whatever tool is used in order to express this freedom, may it be social media platform or may it be an official platform such as any, how do you say this? Any blogs perhaps or anywhere or any official discussion, it has to be determined by this international framework, this international instruments. So the impact would be if it infringe this human rights, the national police, as we call it, the UN have to perhaps amend the current legal framework that we have. Okay, firstly, what we need to do is to amend whatever legal framework that we have internationally in order to ensure that our international instruments is actually very good and very comprehensive in managing this infringement. That's the first one, is on international instruments. Secondly, I think what we have in our own nation. So here in Malaysia, perhaps we have to look back at our FC as well as our Peaceful Assembly Act, which governs on this peaceful assembly and also the freedom of expression. So I think that would be the impact, Prof. Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Nadia, if I may answer.
Yes,
uh,
please, Prof.
Yes, I think Prof here is asking from the legal point of view, but then when you want to know how good is the AI in identifying any content, whether it's hate speech, whether it's the right and any rights actually, the AI is the machine. So it's as good as you feed it. So whatever you feed it will give you the results. So you feed it with good input, then it will give you good output. So it's as simple as that. The willingness of people to identify a certain phenomena, a certain behavior is what governs the AI, because the AI keeps improving based on what is it's being fed by based on the data set. Now, traditionally, AI is actually using static data sets. Now, they're actually using data sets that are dynamic. So basically, they learn from whatever that's being fed. So basically, the more people collaborate on identifying a certain behavior or phenomena, the better the AI will be able. So basically, the AI is not controlling any rights. The general audience are the ones who are actually controlling that. It's not the AI, because we are the one who are teaching the AI what to do. So it depends on the behavior of the community that is feeding the data set to the AI. So if you're worried about your rights, it's not actually controlled by the AI, it's controlled by the community still. And then there is always, before you go into any platform, any digitally controlled platform, then you click I agree. So once you click I agree, then better actually work to refine rather than stay out. So the more people work to refine, the better the AI will be working. So it's based on human expertise, not on the machine itself. Okay, I hope I answered.
True, Doctor, true. And the way this, the persons who determine what is hate speech or not, or whatever content, is actually determined by us humans. Yeah, that is true, Doctor. So whatever the humans determine must be in accordance to our international instruments, as well as what are the laws that is used to regulate such content or such topics. Thank you so much, Dr. Rabab. We will see. I think that would be it for my session. Shall we take a 5 to 10 minutes break? 10 minutes breaks perhaps before we start off with Dr. Rabab's presentation. Okay.
Hello, hi. Sorry, I was kicked out of the meeting just now. So sorry. Okay, I think we can proceed on with the next presenter. The next presenter is Dr. A very honorable colleague of mine, and let me introduce the next presenter before she start off with the presentation. Our next presenter is an associate professor in Management and Science University. She is Dr. Rabab Alayam Abbas Helmi, and she graduated with a bachelor's in computer science from University of Technology in Baghdad, Iraq in 1998, and followed right away with a postgraduate diploma in software engineering from IIPS. ICCC Iraq. So in 2005, sorry, hold on, yeah. Am I audible? Hello? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Dr.
Sorry.
Nabila.
Okay. Audible.
Yes.
Okay. So in 2005, she was awarded a master's degree in computer networks from the same institution. And in 2016, she was awarded with a PhD in industrial computing, which is the same year as she joined Management and Science University here in Malaysia. So previously, she worked for over 10 years in academia, and most of which she worked as a lecturer in Baghdad University. Through working and studying in various universities and institutes, the researcher has developed research interest and experience in core IT areas, as well as across disciplinary and research areas, mostly under data science and more scientifically computing methodologies. So her interests include modeling, infrastructure modeling regional environmental phenomena, survivable system modeling, infrastructure sustainability, artificial neural networks, statistical forecasting, intelligent forecasting. Moreover, she has interest in areas like biometrics identification, data analysis, and data security, and model programming, mobile programming. Sorry. So without further ado, I will assign the session to Associate Professor Dr. Rabab.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nadia, for the long introduction. Very long, actually. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak in this event. Actually, it's been very interesting listening to Prof and then to Dr. Nadia, and then the discussion and the questions are quite interesting, and they actually open aspects. I'm very grateful to Prof because I assume that since he is speaking first, so we do not need to talk much about what is AI. He will cover that. So I assume that I will just start where the other speakers left. And then what I'm going to talk about today is actually about the collaborative tools that we are using. So as Dr. Nadia told, I'm going to talk about academia, but at the same time, I'm going to talk about distributed teams, also two phenomena. I think this has been highlighted during, especially during the pandemic. So allow me first to share my screen. So do let me know if for some reason my screen is not moving, so that I assume that you can see my screen. Let me start slide share.
Yes, doctor, it is.
Slide share is visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Can you just click on the slideshow?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Now, can you see?
Yeah. It's now visible on the screen.
Okay, so online collaborative tools and the role of AI. So I don't think I need to introduce myself anymore, since Dr. Nabila have done that already. So first we want to talk what is group work computing. So basically the idea of group work computing has started a very, very long time ago. So it's about working together, but using computers. So in the beginning we were talking about this, we weren't really talking about individuals that are necessarily in different areas, but basically about individuals who are sharing, working together in order to do one task or multiple tasks. And that one is done by the use of computers by each and every individual. So they are connected through computers, networks, they send email, they share data, do meetings and so on. So that is the basic idea. It doesn't, in the beginning, it didn't necessarily mean that we are actually distributed, that we are far away. And the team members are necessarily far away. So it has been introduced on multiple levels, but mostly in education. Now, when we're talking about collaboration tools, collaboration tools are systems and tools that are designed to facilitate the group work. And then whether they're working in office or whether they're working remotely. So it starts from sharing a printer, even sharing a printer is some sort of collaboration tool. And then it goes all the way to all the advanced systems that we are witnessing on these days. And of course, the advancement has happened with the distributed systems and so on, and with the technologies and enhanced through the years. But again, this started a very, very long time ago. Some of the audience wouldn't have been born by that time. So again, it has grown through the years and changed and evolved. So it starts from processing and managing documents, sharing several users to work on a system and so on. And now it's what we can see right now. So it could be asynchronous or synchronous. So excuse me if it's a little bit, might be technical, but these are just the outline that I want to follow. But we can elaborate more on each step. So when it comes to synchronous and asynchronous technologies, they are used in order to increase the collaboration among members. Now, why do we do these kind of things, whether synchronous or asynchronous? We do it so that we can reduce cost, improve productivity. When it comes to meetings, we can do it to bridge gaps and so on. So when we're dealing about an asynchronous collaboration, then we are giving space for members, for collaborators, because they have more flexible times. So they actually have more flexible times, and they can use this in order to use the time to brainstorm. So basically more than one collaborator will be working at the same time and at different times on a same project. So it's like a discussion board and so on. So that will also reduce the amount of stress, pressure, anxiety that some people might have from face-to-face and pressure of time. So that will reduce the time pressure because it's asynchronous. So basically you can think about it and answer during a certain amount of time, not on the spot, not directly with other people looking at you. So that will reduce such kind of anxieties and pressure, which I'm sure the next speaker will address more nicely. Again, it will increase the collaboration and, of course, the output of working together by breaching the barriers that are imposed by distance, sometimes even by communication and so on. So that's another point that synchronous and asynchronous do. Now we have few challenges when it comes, and this is actually just the tip of the iceberg. I'm just putting the words here, but when you're talking about developing, about preparing, or about deciding to use a collaborative tool, then we're always talking about differences in time and location, because we assume that people are using this because of such differences It's not necessarily always true, but most of the times it is. And then there is the issue of communication, language, and culture. So the way of communication, like Dr. Nadia was saying that what is considered as appropriate or not appropriate at the certain places, not the same. So culture is different, even language is different. Even you're speaking the same language, the intuitions, the way you express, which depends on your culture and background, and that will affect how people perceive this, because they actually do not necessarily know you when you're using these platforms. So that's why this is another challenge. And of course, there is the tools, infrastructure, knowledge, and skill. And then it was touched before when we were talking about how about people who have difficulties to learn about these things? How about people who do not have the infrastructure, who do not have the tools, who do not know how to use them? So the knowledge and skill is a great barrier, unless you're talking about people who are originally trained and skilled in that. So that's a different thing. But when you're talking about the general population, then there is always whether they have sufficient processing power, whether they have sufficient knowledge, whether they have the skill, and that of course opened the door to many more threats. Now we always have the issue of performance, delivery speed, and motivation. Now, when I'm talking about this, I'm not talking about devices, because devices are covered in the point before that. When you're talking about infrastructure, and that is the case, we are talking about actually the device abilities. But when you're talking about performance, delivery speed, and motivation, we're talking about humans who are participating in this collaborative tools. So basically, we are in this meeting. Some people might be listening, some people might be interested, some people might be using their gadgets to do something else. So basically, you are using a computer in order to be on this platform. So you have access to a computer, meaning you could be using something else, and that could be a distraction, whether intentionally or unintentionally. So that can, when you are having employees, for example, or students, who are participating using these tools, then they could always be distracted by the technology itself or by other platforms that are concurrently in the same platform. So basically, we could be discussing and somebody could be chatting on the same platform, actually. So that, of course, will affect performance. And that will affect the delivery speed, how fast you can do the task, how fast, how efficient you are in the task. And of course, in some cases, which we have seen through the past 2-3 years, that some people are being demotivated because they lack the human-to-human interaction. So that one could be also a certain criteria to look at, a certain challenge. So all these we need to advise. So although we said that so many institutions, companies, and parties will go to this option because of cost, to reduce cost, then of course cost is also an issue when you want to adapt these kind of tools on the institutional level or on the company level, because you need to set up the infrastructure and so on, and that is a cost. And then of course this cost will govern how scalable your platform is. So whether in the beginning you have decided to make it suitable for 100 people, and then you want to make it for 500, and then the investment is not enough in order to scale it, or you have chosen a certain platform, and this platform does not allow that kind of scalability. So basically, it's one thing to try to prepare for 100 people event. It's another thing to plan for 1,000. Everything changed, the cost changed, the infrastructure will change, so many things will change, requirements will change. And that leads me to the next point, which is diversity. Now, normally, when it comes to tools, software, and gadgets, then there is a huge amount of options that you can choose from. what we're talking about here is more on the institution or company level. But even on the personal level, when you want to choose, it's not an easy choice because the display is quite huge. The options are quite huge, and majority of the people do not really know what they are investing in. So they can read the fancy words and the nice expression of functionality, but there are certain criteria that they're unaware of. And then when they make the choice already and did the investment in that tool, and then it is not delivering what exactly they have expected. And part of this is because the people are actually, they do not understand the language that is spoken by the specialists in the information technology and communication technology area. So we speak a different language that most people do not understand. So that's why companies and institutions will hire somebody to translate from the language to the understandable language so that they make the right choice. So that is another extra cost and another headache to deal with. Now, again, when we are talking about these kind of platforms, then the technology that is changing continuously, of course, and that will lead to more diversity. There is no authority to standardize, and based on that, change happens all the time, and people cannot really cope with how fast it's happening. So that's another challenge. So if you want, whether you are a developer or whether you are the investor, the one who is the end user, both cases, the change is very fast. This is delivering this is delivering that, and the change is super fast. And suddenly you expect something and then you are not subscribed to it. So these are great challenges to address for both parties. Okay, now we reached the point where Prof has actually talked about, and then it is, and again, Dr. Nadia talked about, which is the security and privacy. By right, once you are online, once you are using a network, then this is alone opens the door wide for all kind of security and privacy issues. So you are sharing the content on a network, which can be accessed. Yes, the access is governed. Yes, there are security measures. Yes, it is a virtual private network, but remember, it's still virtual. So when you are deciding to go online with your company meeting, then you must be very well prepared in terms of security, because that there will always be competitor who wants to know what is happening. There is always be people who are misusing the technology. There are always people who are trying to invade the privacy for individual and for parties, not only for individuals. So the minute we go online, then there is a huge door that is open to breach your security and privacy. Now, moreover, which many people actually think that it's practically the same thing, but it's not. When you decide to go wireless, so it's one thing to connect to a network. It's a totally other dimension when you decide to go wireless. So I can see from the videos that are switching on and off from time to time on this meeting that some people are going wireless. So the minute you go wireless, you actually open a bigger door. You actually destroy the whole wall of privacy. Why? Because when you are using wired network, then you have the connection delivered to you on the medium. Now, when you're using wireless, in that case, what is happening is that you are having the content broadcasted to you. So anyone can listen. Anyone with the right access can listen to what you are sharing or what is being shared to you. So I think majority of people will prefer to use the wireless network, the Wi-Fi. or any kind of wireless access, because it's more convenient and it's easier. And people keep saying that it's more convenient, it's easier. And they forget that it's actually quite more dangerous than the normal connection to the internet. Not only you are risking security, you're also risking privacy very much. Now we keep worrying about our privacy and people intruding on our privacy, but we invite them through the door. I don't mean the normal people, I mean the malicious people. So when you go wireless, you open the door and invite them in also, not only open the door. So that is another area that actually we can talk about for a very long time, because there are so many things to address. So I think nowadays it's a very, very common scene that you are sitting in Starbucks and you see somebody who is in a virtual meeting using their computer or their phone to join a virtual meeting, which is fine. But please remember that you are using a non-secure network. This is a public network. People can hack into it anytime. Just like you're accessing using a simple payment, they also can, and they will try to intrude. It's the easiest way, actually. It's the easiest way. Just use a hotspot. Everybody use hotspot. Everybody use the free network, and it's extremely dangerous. But we don't think of that, and we keep asking about our privacy. We actually have signed our privacy out by subscribing to a free access. So once you do that, before you do that, think again. Because it's one thing to allow someone to look into your Facebook. It's totally another thing to allow somebody to look into your classroom, your virtual meeting with your agent, your virtual meeting with your boss and company. That is a huge challenge. And regardless how many measures the provider of the platform performs, whether they let you admit people by choice, only people from your organization, this is the measures that are taken by the provider. They assume a certain level of knowledge. And then when you go sit in Starbucks and allow the free network into your device, there is nothing they can do, honestly. Because even if there is measures, then it's not in the assumption of the provider. So you need to think of that before you actually do that kind of allowing others in. Okay, so once that we have talked about the challenges, there are things that maybe we can call them, I don't know, we can call them myths, or we can call them questions that everybody asks about. Because for many people, when it comes to smart platforms, intelligent platforms, and then the total world of IT, then it's more on how they preserve it, not how it's actually happening. There is a very, as Prof said, we really need to educate the public on that. And now that could happen during schooling, that could happen during the general media, that could, but it's a desperate need. People do not know much about the technology that they're using. They just, use it. And I think if we do a simple survey asking people in this room, in this chat room, how many of you actually read the terms of and conditions before you click I agree? Then it's a minority. I think even if I ask for a raise of hands now, which I don't want to because it will be shocking, it will be quite a limited number. So people just click I agree. It's even less than people reading manuals to appliances. So because it's a software, so what can it do? It's harmless. Okay, so yes, it can be very harmless, but we need to use it wisely. So what are the things that we keep getting when it comes to collaboration tools? Are the collaboration tools a product of the pandemic? So we always get that. It's because of the pandemic, we start knowing it because of the pandemic. No, actually, that is not true. The reality is collaboration tools have been there, online collaboration tools have been there for a very, very, very long time. The internet started because of that, because the first grandmother of the internet was actually a collaboration between universities, and that's how the internet started, the very beginning, for those who are interested in the history. So that's how it happens. It's a collaboration between universities and research centers, and then it's grown to what we know now, or what we live now. So it's not a product of the pandemic, but the online collaboration tools have been highlighted actually, and it has grown very fast during the pandemic because of the need. Because there is a great need for it suddenly. So the change was happening, but it was happening much slower. The pandemic actually just speeded up this and highlighted. So you can see during that time that the change between one version and another is happening almost overnight. So they're giving new services, new security measures, new applications, they're bringing things together, taking over others. And that is, yes, the product of the pandemic, but not the collaboration tools itself, and not the idea of online collaboration. That one has started seriously long time ago. Okay. Will there be importance and use to that will be reduced after we are back to the norm? Okay, so basically, as I said, it has been there for a long time. The pandemic just speeded up. And whether we like it or not, it is the new norm. So there might be some changes, but that doesn't mean that there will be a reduction in use, because regardless how good your public telephone line, the landline, you're still using the mobile. Even with the fiber to home, even with every change that happened, we are still using, and the use of mobile phones is growing. Humans get used to the technology. Once it's there, it's part of our life and we cannot change it. We like our technology and we like how it makes life easier, or what we think is easier. And then once that started, it's irreversible. Once it's speeded, it's seriously irreversible. And then we have a generation that is used to these technologies, who, especially, I'm not talking about those who are in universities now, I'm talking about those who are in schools. So they're used to the technology. It's already embedded in the way they do their work. So even when we decide that we want to do it physically, your members, your students, your collaborators, your children will be actually texting each other on WhatsApp. Okay, so no, it's not reversible. And then, is it suitable for all applications? Well, that question is actually very good. I put the question for myself and then I struggle to answer them. So actually, this is a very tricky question, because when we say for all applications, then it depends on many factors, which we are going to discuss after this. There are factors that govern whether we can use the collaboration tools, or whether they are applicable or not, or how useful they are. Okay, so that leads me to the next question. What is the best use to be used for online collaboration? Now, this I will not answer yet. So first, I will discuss a little bit more on collaboration tools. I will use two use cases because this is a very interesting area. And then I think everybody has had the experience to use them. Just right now, we're using them. So I think it's more of a sharing and then more of trying to elaborate more on the area rather than textbook approach. So that's why I will be sharing two use cases from our research. So first is about distributed teams in IT companies in Malaysia, and another one is about distance education online learning providers in Jordan. So I'm choosing two different geographical locations, two different areas completely, and two different applications. We have done research on both, and through the findings of our research, I wish to shed more light on how suitable is our collaboration tools, how applicable, and what we can do, and what is the role of AI. So the first one, as I said, is a case study on distributed teams in IT companies in Malaysia. So when we're talking about distributed teams, again, I have to highlight here that this is the work of a master student in Management and Science University. He has done his publication already and went through his final presentation. So he will be awarded soon, but so we have the right to discuss this. So I would like to acknowledge the participation of the student. So distributed teams refer to members of the same team that are not actually in the same location. They are in different locations. So more like estranged teams, or teams that are staying in faraway places. Not necessarily far, but definitely not the same. So distributed project teams are actually individuals who work together on a certain project, but then in different geographical locations, or maybe more than 2 or 3 or 5 locations. So each one will be in their own location. And of course, they are not bound by work hours and so on, because they will have different time zone based on the difference in location that will inherit the fact that they will be most probably in different time zone. So they're of course quite useful when we are talking about bridging the badge of the gap of geographical, technology, organization, function, time, culture, everything. All these kind of gaps that happens in teams, all these issues that can happen in face-to-face collaboration teams, they can be breached. They can be actually overcome by this kind of collaboration tools. So we're talking about IT companies. So when we're talking about IT companies, then in that case, as you can see, we did not actually mention. If you look here, we did not talk anything about the skill, because you assume they're skilled. But we are talking about the technology, whether the technology is available or not. So we did not talk about skill, we talked about technology because of the nature of the team. And that's why we took these two examples, because of the diversity between the examples. Now, also, we have to show here that these are working teams, these are companies, so they are adults. So first question, are the collaboration tools intelligent or smart? Meaning, is the collaboration tool acceptable by the users with a certain level of smartness? Yes, but do they make smart decisions? To a certain extent, no, not really. Because these tools are designed to be run by humans. So they're not supposed to make smart decisions, intelligent decisions. They're supposed to be smart in terms of facilitation, in terms of user-friendliness, in terms of diversity and so on, in terms of paying special attention to the special characteristics of certain characteristics per platform. So some platforms will overcome the time difference, some platforms will overcome the culture difference, and so on. So they're smart, but they're not intelligent. So the first thing that we did is we tried to identify the variables that are relevant to the tool software selection. So basically, I'm going back to the question I just asked. What is the right tool for collaboration? So we're looking at the right tool for collaboration from the point of view of an IT company who is having a distributed team who are working together. So we identify the variables that are relevant. So based on the communication coordination, which is task coordination, task, time zone, and then we also have time zone difference, and again, culture difference, team size, and then knowledge. Now, when it comes to knowledge, that is not knowledge in IT. That is the general knowledge that is relevant to the task. Okay, so we did the analysis in order to see whether the team collaboration tools, the TCT, used in IT sector. So these, the analysis of these variables is what decides to develop the selection machine. Now, here is the place where the AI comes. So first of all, the AI itself is built on research that is done by humans, on humans. So basically the humans will give you the feedback. We would do this, we did the survey, we identified the variables, and we found out what variables are relevant, what are not. So basically the machine, the AI machine, which is the machine learning engine, is actually built on this identification. Now, before we can generalize this, we first try it, implement the AI on the selection using the machine, and then deploy it in the selected companies. So based on the feedback, then we can refine the machine itself. And that's actually what happens in the AI machine learning engine. It's built on human experience, that is number one, and then it's refined using human feedback. Now, I can understand that some people who are not in the area, maybe in other areas, maybe the general public, is affected by a lot of ideas on how smart, actually how intelligent artificial intelligence is. Basically, can it overrule human decision? Can it take over what humans do? Can an expert system replace an expert? So all these kind of questions. So if you look at how we address the problem, the case study, then you can see that it's actually built on research that has been done, that has been collected from humans. And then if you want to generalize, then you have to actually do research more extensively and in other companies before, and other disciplines, of course, before you can generalize. So anybody who is working on artificial intelligence, anyone, day one, when they train them, they will tell them that there are rules that have to be placed in the artificial intelligence machine in order to make sure that it doesn't violate any rules. So basically, if any artificial intelligence misbehaved or did wrong decisions, so that is not based on the decision of the machine. The decision of the machine comes from the data set. The data set comes from humans. And there are also the governing rules, the rules that the machine cannot break. If it comes to that rule, then the machine will always take the decision that respect that rule. It cannot overcome it. So basically, either data set that has been fed is not correct, or that the rules are mischievously done. So basically, whoever designed the machine intentionally ignored or changed rules. So again, it's a decision that is made by humans. It's not made by the machine. Okay, so the machine always follows what we give it. Now, when I talk about this, because we're talking about teams, and we're talking about teams, we're talking about cultural diversity. And in that case, I would like to refer to what Dr. Nadia mentioned about whether there is a certain attention to cultural values like race or gender or whatever. Now that one, actually has been highlighted by data analysis specialists for a very, very long time. They've been saying that data sets are being used in a biased way. So if the data set is biased, then the results are biased, as simple as that. Okay, that's why we always advise not to use the social media as data set, because it's really biased to a certain, it's a focus on a certain type of people, and that will affect the outcome of the machine learning. Okay, so one of the examples that was given, I think what that I can share is when you look at features recognition, there are all these kind of quizzes where they look at your picture and tell you what is your origin, tell you, or what does your face represent. Now, the thing is, this kind of judgment is based on data set of images. So basically, it will learn from the images. So the images is that says that, for example, somebody with glasses is teacher, white lady with glasses, teacher. For many times, many pictures tagged as teacher, classified as teacher. Then of course, anybody with a white skin and glasses will be tagged as teacher. Okay, so that's where the biasness come from. I don't want to go into details. So if you have a red hair, then you are Irish and so on, all these kind of things, which are not correct in real life, but the artificial intelligence does not know real life. It looks through the data set. Okay, so that's why it is very important to highlight that when we're talking about artificial intelligence, then biasness comes from the biasness of data. So not the machine itself. Okay, so if I look at this example, this is actually the output of the student. So he found out that communication and task coordination are the two most important things when it comes to the adoption of collaborative tool and the selection. So this is a sample of the selection mechanism. So basically the other characteristics like culture, like time zone, all these kind of knowledge in the task, all that is not really very important when it comes to selection of the collaboration tool. And then of course, based on that, what do we need? Depending on the team, again, please remember that depends on the communication and on the task coordination. Do we need chat messages? Do we need video conferences, file sharing, document sharing? What is it that we need? Based on that, the machine can actually advise what kind of tool you can collaborate to use. So this is an example of using our research to identify the tools. I think I'm running out of time. Second case study is actually on distance education. Now, the reason why we choose this one, it's actually in Jordan. The research is done in sample in Jordan. So distance learning is actually, sorry about that. So distance learning is the same as distance education, e-learning, online learning. They're all in the same category. So of course, they have grown so much during the pandemic, been enhanced. Distance learning is the new norm in education in many places. Even though we want to go back to our norm, but it's still embedded in the norm. So basically, that is the current situation. And then when we're talking about characteristics of distance learning, so first, it's carried through institution. So we're not talking about self-learning. This is not about self-learning. This is not about non-academic. So we're not talking about people learning by looking at YouTube videos. That's a different category. Second is, of course, it is geographically separated. that is inherited. And then we are using interactive telecommunication to connect individuals. Establishes learning groups. So it's based on learning communities. Okay, again, and then it is technology edit. So basically, when we're talking about technology edit, again, this did not start with the pandemic. This started long time ago, from the very early days, because if you remember, there was broadcasting of TV programs that is educating certain categories, and then all the way to approaches that has been used in Australia and other places, and then we are all the way to the virtual reality and using social media and so on. So these are the characteristics. Now, the reason why I use this case study is because first, it's a different category from the adult workers. It's about learners. So they can be in different age groups. And then we have a theory that says distance education emphasizes that it is necessary for face-to-face communication, group discussion, feedback in online education system, as well as online education support and promote many economic benefits for the institution, but it also still needs. So you cannot just give the content. That's not how it's done. Again, it's not self-learning. So that will make it very necessary to have all these criteria in order for the success of the distance education. So related work covers, I think I want to go very fast on this, massive online open courses, interactive online learning. Now that one, there is an example of it. This one is an example by platform that done one of our students. This one is also done by one of our students, which the feedback was gotten from parents and institution because it's on children. So we have to address parents on their level of satisfaction. And then the enhance is one criteria. An example of that is one of the research that has been done by using progressive web applications approach. Okay, so what we're proposing is that combining all these methods in order to come up with enhanced distance learning. Now, again, the first step is to identify the variables. Just like the previous, we have 3 main variables and 1 supporting variable. These are the independent, which is infrastructure, educational constraints, and economics of education. So these, each one, of course, has subcategories like the services and the hardware requirements in the infrastructures. And we have talked about this when we talked about the challenges. So this actually comes from the challenges themselves in order for us to try to identify whether people will adopt the online education or not in places like Jordan. That's why the infrastructure is very important, because the availability of the infrastructure is a key issue here. Now, the educational constraints are the things that are required, like feedback, role of the teacher, dialogue and discussion, and the level of understanding. Now, that one is based on the criteria that has been shared on the theory of distance education. Economics, of course, is about mobility, student population, and cost structure. So we have identified the variables first, and then based on the variable, we can decide based on the individual, the independent variables that has been identified, we can propose a technique. Now, the technique depends very much. It's all based on artificial intelligence, whether you are using virtual reality, augmented reality, whether you're using massive online open courses, progressive web applications, many, actually, there are many. Some of the ones that related to what Prof talked about face recognition, the next step is actually using the emotion detection. Now, that one has been also done, research has been done on that with our some of our researchers. So it focuses on those categories of learners who are unable to express, or for a certain reason you cannot ask them. So basically, the instructor, especially young children, very, very young children, or people with disabilities, both, they cannot identify what they like, what they don't like. So that's why it is better to assist the teacher by using emotion detection. So based on the detection of the emotion from the face, the artificial intelligence can detect whether this person is happy, whether this person is sad, confused, angry, upset, or even whether they're not paying attention. So you can assess the level of attention, and you can assess their emotions. And based on that, the recommendation is given to the teacher, and the teacher can adjust their approach. Collaborative learning, of course, is very important. So that's another approach that depends on artificial intelligence. Interactive learning, all these kind of applications are proposed through the identification of variables that we have talked about. Okay, in summary, many approaches and applications, even more tools and software, that there's a huge amount of tools and software, mostly smart tools. They're slowly growing into intelligent tools, growing and improving very fast. Great competition because of the size of the market, of course, and then that leads to more advancement. So if I want to go back to the summary, again, to what I have asked, what is the best tool to use for online collaboration, which is what we started with. Now, if we go through the case studies, if we look at the variables from education are very different from the variables that we look into when it comes to ITT members collaboration. So that's why there is no such thing as the best tool. There is support your choice of best tool by using artificial intelligence. So again, artificial intelligence plays a role. Why? Because actually there is no silver bullet. There is no such thing. It's still very much a choice. So AI can assist the choice, or you can make the choice on your own, but still there are criteria to make the choice. Okay, now, of course, I want to thank everybody for your listening, and I want to open the session for Q&A. Before I say anything about the Q&A, let me just tell you one thing. We have talked about privacy, and we have talked about security, and I think one of the approaches that nobody talked about, Prof actually hinted on it a little bit, and I would like to highlight on that. There is, of course, an approach that will guarantee that the identification or classification of anything, and like whether you're talking about any fact that you want to classify as good, bad, or whatever. So basically, when we're talking about freedom of speech and whether the AI can decide for you or not, then there is still a way that makes everybody vouch for a certain fact. So again, as of now, whatever information that is being used is saved in a database. Now, this database is actually stored on a computer. And the only validation that we can provide is that how secure is the system. Now, another approach that has been here for some time, but then now it's being highlighted, is the decentralized database, which is the blockchain. Now, when we're talking about blockchain will provide people who will guarantee the correctness of the information. So it's of course decentralized database, but blockchain will help when you want to validate. But still, security breaches, privacy breaches doesn't come from the machine only. It doesn't come from attacks only. So everything on blockchain is secured and verified, but there is still, if you lose your username and password, there is nothing anyone can do for you. Okay, so I think with that, I would like to open the session for Q&A.
Please utilize the chat box if your mic isn't working well, or if your network is not connected well, if you're sometimes in and out of the meeting, you may use the chat. Like, just for you, Dr. Abab, you must.
Your voice is lagging, Dr. Nadia. Can you hear me? Dr. Nadia, can you hear me? Okay, can anybody else hear me? Hello?
No, yes, can hear.
We can hear you.
Okay, very good. So I think Dr. Nadia, I can tell that she asked me to answer the question. So it's from Aish Kamal, and then it's about even human beings many times are unable to distinguish or identify people based on their skin color, hair color. Best example is India, and then people from North India are different from those who are, of course, that is not only the case in India, I think it's the case in many places. And then I have to, I have to say that even for me, it's very tricky to know whether the person is Indian or Middle Eastern, and I'm not very good in identifying that. But when it comes to artificial intelligence, again, it is based on a data set. So it is based on a data set, and then it can be improved based on the feedback. That's why, if you can see, let's not talk about this for just a while. If you look at translation that is done by Google, so Google will allow you, you will translate, then it will allow you to rate this translation. So that is a feedback that is given by the community in order to improve the artificial intelligence and the machine learning engine. So that's one of the ways that is being done. And then when it comes to human, or even if we are talking about detection in general and human detection in specific, then of course it's more tricky than identifying simple facts. Like if you want to identify what kind of fruit, that is different from identifying the human. Now, if it depends on the level of specification that you're targeting, and again, it depends on the training. The machine learning engine is trained using data set. So again, the better the data set, the better the machine learning will work. So when we are talking about identifying humans, normally we will not ask normal individuals to identify, but the data set, the original data set that is used for training is already classified. So this is called supervised learning. So the machine learning will be trained using and already classified. So once it's identified, if the identification is wrong, then the feedback is given so that it can train again and again until it reaches a higher level of accuracy. And that's what happens. So it's not about us being able to identify whether this person is Indian or not, whether this person is Mongolian or not. It's about they're already identified, maybe based on nationality, maybe both. It's that the data set is a correct data set, and then it uses certain, there are certain errors that are injected in the data set in order to improve the learning of the data set. So yes, it's based on human experience, but it's also based on data set. Now, once the machine learning is in use, then it can be improved by the feedback that is given by the through the use. So it's continuously improving the learning experience. But if the data set is biased, then the, of course, decision that is done by the artificial intelligence will be biased as well. So the way you train it is how it acts. Because the thing about artificial intelligence, yes, it simulates human intelligence. It simulates human intelligence, but it doesn't have free will. Artificial intelligence doesn't have free will. It's a machine. So that's why it doesn't really have free will. It's not like humans. Now, diversity of database is also important in that case. Yes, I totally agree. It's very important. That's why I said, if the data set is biased, then definitely the machine learning will be biased also. So I totally agree with the importance of diversity in the data set. Thank you very much for your feedback. It seems I have extended my answer. Any more questions? Any more questions? Okay, I think Dr. Nadia is disconnected. So I will take the liberty of, yes, she's here. You're muted, Dr. Nadia.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm here, Dr.
Okay.
Rabab. I figured there are no more questions since there
Yeah,
are no.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So shall we proceed to a 5 minutes break before we proceed on to our final presenter? We saved the best for last, which is Dr. Adiza. So let's proceed on to the 5 minutes break. Yeah. So I'll see you here in Malaysia. It's about 3:57 p.m. 5 minutes time, around 4-5 minutes. Okay. Hello, everyone. I apologize. I just go through the chat box here, and I noticed that the time spills into our lunch time. So is it okay if we come back after an hour to continue with our session? Is an hour lunch break suffice? Will it be okay? Yes, exactly. Okay, okay. So if if we prefer, hold on, yeah, let's see the reply. Okay. We'll take an hour break then for the lunch break here, and we'll come back after an hour to complete another session. Complete our final session, yeah.
Anybody is there?
Yes, Prof, I'm here. I'm waiting for the students to join us before we start our session. The participants, I'm calling for them in the group. Okay, good afternoon from Malaysia. So this would be our final speaker for today's session. And Dr. Adiza would be the speaker for today's session. As I stated earlier today during the initiation of our presentation, today's session would be a multidisciplinary presentation on AI and as well as law. So we have done on the AI cybersecurity part, we are done with my part, which is the legal portion. We are done with Dr. Rabab, which is on the collaborative tools of AI. So finally for today, we have our best assets for today's presentation, which is Dr. Adiza, who will be talking on or presenting on the part of from a view of the psychological impact on AI towards users, and also some psychological issues with AI users. So I would introduce Dr. Adiza first before she proceed on with her presentation. So hold on. Okay, so Dr. Adiza have a very long list of contribution, but just to put it into a brief session, she holds a PhD in management with a specialization in organizational behavior and psychology from University Technology Petronas, a master's in human resource development from University Putra, Malaysia, and a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology from the University of Ghana. So Dr. Adiza lectures at Management and Science University, MSU in Malaysia, and she is also affiliated with a number of Institute of Management. As an example, nationally or internationally. So some of it is Malaysian Institute of Management, Malaysian Psychological Association, Malaysian Institute of Human Resource Management, Malaysian Mental Health Association, American Psychological Association, APA, Society for Industry and Organizational Psychology, Society for the Teaching of Psychology, Society for Personality and Social Psychology, Asian Association of Social Psychology. And Dr. Adiza is involved in 8 research grants projects with industry and other universities as well. And she is leading 2 research grants projects at MSU currently. Her research has been published in various of national and international journals, and she has published over 30 scholarly works. She has authored over 19 peer-reviewed academic publications, 10 papers in conference proceedings, and other publications. So given her strong national and international research profile, her research collaboration had won over 25 awards and at international and national conferences and exhibitions. As an experienced postgraduate supervisor, 3 completions and 30 current students, Dr. Adiza has supervised students' completions at PhD and master's program levels. So further contributions to the scholarly environment include serving as an editorial board member and reviewer of 3 international journals, Journal of Islamic Marketing, Open Stage, and also Journal of Behavioral Sciences. This is just a very brief profile or introduction on Dr. Adiza. So without further ado, I would like Dr. Adiza to proceed on with the session. I would pass the session to Dr. Adiza.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Nabila. Good afternoon from my side. Can you all hear me, please? Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are, Doctor.
All right, you might not be able to see my face because the background is not favorable for somebody of my race. So forgive me, but I hope that my voice is audible enough.
Okay, Doctor, this is another issue. As I stated earlier, the issue of facial recognition. Okay, Doctor, please proceed, Doctor.
Yeah, obviously it was developed for people of lighter complexion. So I do not fall into that category. So it's understandable. I'm just an outlier, right?
You notice, Doctor, even Dr. Rabab is facing the same issue with the technical issue with the visibility of her face after she the background.
Yeah. So we have to investigate why you don't have a problem and I do. All right.
Maybe Prof. Ghaffar and Dr. Rabab has that answer.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. As I was introduced, I believe that from my tone, perhaps you know that I am an African. If I don't sound like one, I'm just telling you, I'm a West African. So you might find some of my tonations and pronunciations a bit off. If that should happen, please draw my attention. I would not mind repeating myself. Okay, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Anything that has to do with psychology or human behavior, I am always happy to contribute because all my life I've been curious about human behavior. Why do we behave the way that we do? It's always been a pleasant challenge for me to unravel the reason why people are putting up a particular behavior. So I will welcome your contribution and your questions at the end of my presentation. So when we talk about psychology and AI or artificial intelligence, they are believed to be closely linked, okay? And however, the relationship between these two has been a kind of one-sided relationship. For example, psychological insights were used into development of AI because it's trying to mimic people, right? And psychology is basically the scientific study of human experiences and human behavior, even though mostly the focus is on the cognition or the cognitive. The cognition or the cognitive has to be with our thinking. For instance, right now, you cannot see my brain, but whatever I'm thinking is coming out of my mouth. So it means I'm expressing the content of my cognition or my brain. Psychology is interested in that. The result of whatever is going in my head, how do I exhibit that? How do I show that? How does that become observable? All right. So in order for artificial intelligence or for machines to mimic human behavior, to be as intelligent as humans, because research has shown that when it comes to human intelligence, we inherit a bulk of it genetically. So we are born with it. In the last 5 years, research has even gone on to break it down that our intelligence, all right, intelligence quotients that we have as individuals, we inherit from our mothers. Intelligence has to be with your processor. I like to give the example of your processor like internet speed. What kind of speed do you have? Is it the lagging one, the one that is wobbling, or the one that when you are downloading, it goes fast? All right. So that kind of intelligence, comprehension and analytical, you inherit from your mother. However, your thought process and anything that stimulates your brain, you inherit from your father. I'm not saying that, don't misunderstand this to mean that 100% your mother, 100% your father, but to a large extent. That's what research is saying. And keep in mind that anything that has to do with human behavior is very subjective. All right. Tomorrow, somebody will come and say something else. The next day, somebody will come and say something else, because nobody can say 100% that they can predict or explain human behavior. So as I was saying, from the beginning in the 1950s, psychology contributed to the development of artificial intelligence. And there was hardly any reflux of this kind of knowledge, all right? Let me give you an example. If you have ever taken a personality test online, right? All these tests that you take, and then they ask you, do you like talking to people? Do you like going out? Do you like doing this? And then you tick, and then you submit, and then they give you the feedback. That is an example of a relationship between AI and psychology. All right. And this is from what we call the personality psychology. All right. It means that the developers or the psychologists who were part of the development of that particular survey, all right, fed the information into the system, the algorithm. All right. So what you are taking is what in psychology we call the traits. Are you a joyful person? Are you, for instance, an outgoing person? Are you this? Are you that? Those traits or characteristics are then accumulated, all right, to give you feedback on the kind of personality that you have, all right? So this relationship has been ongoing for a long time. It is nothing new, all right. To bring it home, in recent years, psychologists have realized that they cannot afford to be left behind, all right? Because they have a kind of a very strong, almost like a Siamese twins kind of relationship. They cannot be left behind. If they are not part of ensuring that the technologies that are being developed mimic human beings as much as possible, because it's human use. So in recent years, one of the one with the most loudest voice in this area is one of the principal investigators in Microsoft. All right. And they have said that looking at all these technologies, okay, how do we determine, or how do we ensure that there is a safe environment when they interact with human beings? All right. How do we ensure that we are doing the right thing? They are not harming people. All right. So here the call was to psychologists to come into the loop, to be pulled into the loop, so that they will lend their expertise in terms of perception. Human perception is important. AI works a lot with perception. All right. So how do we transfer or make sure that the system is embedded with as much human emotions or feeling or cognition as possible? So this is where the psychologists have been trying to make sure that these things are fed into the machines, and then also to acknowledge the limitation, because they believe that no matter how advanced technology becomes, it can never surpass a human being. Okay, so one of the biggest areas of contribution of psychology in AI is in the area of mental health. And this was tested especially in the last 3 years. With the onset of COVID-19, I believe that COVID-19 tested each and every one of us to our last strength in terms of our endurance, especially during the shutdown and the movement controls around. So this is where technology came into play. Why? Because during that time, there was a shortage of psychologists. We were trying to understand why we were feeling the way that we were doing, especially for people who were not used to being cooped at home. All right, so the people became desperate. You cannot go out, you cannot go and see a doctor because psychological issues, especially undiagnosed ones, all right, are not considered an emergency. So you do not fall into the category of people who can just go out. So how do we ensure that you get the help? In the case of Malaysia, the hotlines from the Ministry of Health and the Malaysian Psychological Association quadrupled. Okay, they were overwhelmed with calls. All the centers and the hotlines for any help in the country were overwhelmed, including the police. People calling them, I want to kill myself. I want to do this, I want to do that. So this was the time that the AIs came to play in the form of therapeutic chat box. Okay, they have been in existence. You might not know that, perhaps you might not have noticed that you have been using these for quite some time. Mostly before they were introduced into therapy, you see them in, mostly they were being used in customer service. All right? Maybe for questions, asked most, or sometimes you are asked certain questions, you type your answers, and then they direct you to the right places. These are all AI. Sometimes you see them in your banking apps. For instance, in Malaysia, CIMB Bank has an AI robot called Eva. Yeah, Eva, when you click on Eva, a woman is going to appear, and then she'll ask you, what can I do for you today? So you interact with it, things like that. So we've been using it for some time. Now that same idea was fed into helping people in terms of therapy, all right? So these technologies were put to good use. The commonest, as I have said, is the chatbot, okay? The chatbot. And as I have said, this is very, very common, very extremely common. This is what they do, all right? They provide support. And unless you are very, very, you are somebody who pays attention, sometimes it's difficult for you to tell whether it's a machine or a human being. 2 weeks ago, I decided to test this. I messed with one of the online shoppers. I don't know where you are familiar with Bonia. Bonia is a brand in Malaysia. So I made a purchase, and as I was waiting for the delivery, I went there to go and make inquiries, and you come across these chat boxes. Now, they have been fed certain expected responses. So they use keywords that you input to communicate with you. So if I should change my expressions, the robot becomes confused. Sometimes that is where I can catch that I'm not speaking to perhaps or interacting with a human being. So this same thing during COVID especially was used in therapy. Now, I have chosen some 3 examples to show you. These 3 examples I have chosen, they have been reviewed by the American Psychological Association. So it means that they could be trusted, or they are the most reliable at this point in time. And they are apps. So let's start with the first one. Now, this is called the Wobot, and this is a kind of a chat or a text-based mental health app. Now, it is only for adults, okay? And you can access this to help you deal with your mental health. This app runs around the clock, so you can get it 24/7. And this particular app uses machine learning. It uses machine learning to generate predictable responses, okay? Predictable responses using a technique from cognitive behavioral therapy, okay? Now, let me explain what I mean by cognitive behavioral therapy to you. Now, when we talk about cognitive, as I have said, you think about the human brain, the human mind, and this is a psychological treatment that is considered the most effective at the moment in treatment of something like depression, anxiety disorder, alcoholism, relationship problems, eating disorder, any kind of addiction. These are very, very serious psychological illnesses. Now, this particular CBT is based on some core premises, all right, or core principles. I just want to explain to you how it is traditionally done so that you can have a feel of what have been fed into these apps or what these apps are supposed to do when you access them. Now, the first principle is that psychological problems are based in part on faulty or unhelpful way of thinking. Again, think about the word cognitive. All right, you are facing, this is to say that you are facing problems because you have developed a habit of unhelpful thinking in a way that is not helping you. All right. Secondly, the second principle is that psychological problems are also based partly on learned patterns of unhelpful behavior. Okay. First one is unhelpful thinking. Second one is unhelpful behavior. And the psychologists believe that people suffering from these psychological problems can learn better ways of coping them. So what therapy does is not to cure you. Nobody will ever tell you that they can cure any psychological problems. What they can teach you is how to manage it. Okay, so people suffering from such problems can be taught better ways of coping with them, and thereby relieving their symptoms and becoming more effective. So this is what have been fed into this particular robot. All right, this is what have been fed into this particular robot, and this is how it is supposed to work. Now, the users or whoever accesses this particular robot is provided psychoeducation and also self-guided interventions. This is what this robot does. All right, and this is just between you and this particular app at the point of your contact, and it's accessible 24/7. This is just an example of some of the recommendations that these kind of robots can do. All right. For instance, if the symptoms that you describe, all right, are stress, all right, they are likely to suggest the technique of self-hypnosis. All right. They are going to describe to you how the self-hypnosis works. All right. And then if it is anxiety, they have recommendations. So they make recommendation and then they go ahead to break it down to you, or they go through with you because they will follow up on whatever you are doing. And sometimes, depending on the severity of your case, sometimes there will be a mixture of you having therapy from the app and also a therapist also. So the mixture of the two. All right. So this is possible. This is just an example. Now, the second app I want to show you is what is called the WESA. Okay. Now, this is also an interesting one. It is also text-based anyway, and it's also meant for adults. And it is also has to do with mental health. Okay. Now, this, just like the other one that I have talked about, it also uses predictive responses. Okay, predictive responses. So maybe if your issue is out of range or based on something that they have never heard before, perhaps it will be difficult for the app or the machine to respond to you accordingly. Now, WESA features over 150 therapeutic exercises to address various mental health issues, well-being, lifestyle, stress, anything that has to do with any weight on your mental health. They make these suggestions. They give you some psycho-education for you to follow. And then just like the first one, they also do a follow-up to see. Now, the third one is a UPA. All right, the third one is UPA. UPA is interesting. It's interesting because it combines 3 types of psychological treatments. Okay, so it's in terms of the variety of different treatment, this one is more advanced as compared to the first 2. I have already explained the CBT to you, cognitive behavioral therapy. Now, let me explain to you what acceptance commitment theory also is. This is also an interesting one. And this particular therapy tends to focus on the human mind. And it works by focusing on acceptance. For instance, I'm possessed or I'm obsessed with maybe people blaming me for something, and I go for therapy. This therapy I'll be directed into accepting that reality. There is that reality that I'm going through this mental distress, because most people, sometimes they tend to run away from reality. So you are made to accept whatever it is that you are experiencing. You are told to accept your life experiences as it comes without evaluating or trying to change or run away from it. So you face reality. Whatever you are facing, face it. All right. Now, what happens is that apart from the acceptance, there's also direction. You are given direction, and the direction comes in the form of commitment to a positive approach. Again, they show you how to go through a positive approach. All right. And that will push you towards forward while resisting the temptation to go back on the unhelpful thought that you had before. Okay. And also mindfulness. Now, mindfulness is also a form of cognitive behavioral therapy. And both the CBT and the ACT contains mindfulness. Mindfulness, the simplest explanation I can give you is meditation. If you have ever done meditation, all right, focusing on yourself, focusing on your problem and dissecting the problem, being aware of your internal thought. It might sound like it's very simple, but not many people have the ability to concentrate on their internal thought. Okay. And then also not only your internal thought, but then also your feelings and your emotions, as well as the external surroundings and the situation that you are going through without judgment or any stress. All right. So in most cases, the traditional way of treatment using mindfulness is talk therapy or psychotherapy. But here is the case, is being fed into this particular app in a form of chat or a text. All right, so this is how it works. And so far, to some extent, they have been, the people who have used it consider it to be helpful to a certain extent. So this is how it works. And among the three, as I have said, this is the most advanced. Now, as far as I know, in my data synthesis for this particular presentation, I haven't come across such an intrusive app in the Malaysian mental health space. All right. Malaysia does have a medical app. It's called Doctors on Call or Doctor on Call. What they do is e-therapy. All right. And there are some hospitals during the COVID-19 that were using e-therapy to reach their patients, especially psychiatric and psychological patients. They were using that to reach the patients. All right. Apart from that, I haven't come across the kind of interactive app, okay, without any human intervention. All right. So in most cases, it is believed that as good as these apps are, okay, they not only have the ability to do the therapy, but they also have the ability to be able to detect things that doctors cannot see with the naked eye. For instance, they can detect your heart rate. Okay, your doctor might not be able to see that with the naked eye, and also changes in your temperature. Maybe the interaction that you are having is distressing you to a certain extent, right? So the robot or the app will be able to pick it up, but your doctor might not be able to do that. So in that sense, they have much more ability than just the human therapist in that regard. They also have the ability to record data. If you have ever been to therapy, you are likely to see that as you are talking, your doctor is taking notes. Sometimes they record your session. But these robots, they are able to do a lot of things at the same time. Okay, so in terms of record keeping, managing records, and making sure that you don't miss your next appointment, they are more effective than human in that respect. Okay, but despite all these beautiful things that I'm telling you about this particular AI innovations, there are some setbacks. They have their own problems. Now, one striking example happened in 2019 when researchers found out that United Health Group is a medical group based in the United States, and they have this AI technology for their patients. And it was discovered that their AI technology, or the app that they were using, or the software that they were using, has some kind of bias against Black patients. All right. Now, what this means is that in using healthcare spending as a proxy for illness, the tool inadvertently perpetuated systematic inequality that has historically kept Black patients from receiving adequate healthcare. If you are familiar with the American racial divide, you understand what I'm saying. Minorities in the United States, especially people of color, have always been relegated to the background for most cases. So this is also embedded into the app that patients were using, which means that if you're a person of color, especially Black, you are not likely to receive the best medical attention. All right. Secondly, also, I am not sure whether you have ever come across Tay. Okay, Tay was developed by Microsoft just a few years ago. Tay means thinking about you. T for thinking, A about, and then Y for you, thinking about you. And Tay was developed or designed to represent a 19-year-old American girl who will learn, this is the key difference, who will learn how to interact with humans by interacting with them via Twitter post. So she interacts with you through your Twitter post. I have never posted on Twitter, so I don't think they should be interested in me. So people who post, okay, she's interested in those people and they interact with her. It was something that was new, innovative. People liked it back when it was introduced in 2016. Now, what happened was that, of course, anything that people have been given the chance to manipulate, they manipulated. So Tay became a racist, all right? And also what researchers have described as a bigot. This is because some users took advantage of the fact that Tay is a learning AI. Whatever you tell her, she's likely to keep it and use it on other people. So they taught her very, very racially charged words and also sexually explicit words. Right now, if you go to her website on Twitter, one of the things that they will tell you, I don't follow her because according to Twitter, let me see, what do they say? Let me put on my Twitter. Okay. I don't know if you cannot see this, my screen. Okay, you cannot see this. Now, in her Twitter page, it says that the official account of Tay, Microsoft AI farm from the internet, that's got zero chill. She has zero chill, all right? And you can only see her page if you follow her, if you have been approved to follow her. It means that she will not be nice to you on Twitter. She will say it at a say. So if you are a very sensitive person, don't go onto her page. Another invention or innovation that had some kind of a problem was what is called the OpenAI. All right, that was also, researchers found that it had some bias against Muslims, All right, my colleagues have already told you how that can happen. This is because of the algorithms, and human beings develop these algorithms. So if I am racist and I'm developing an algorithm, of course, I'm going to put all the things that I feel about different people, or people that I am prejudiced about, people that I have some kind of bigoted thoughts about, whatever it is that I'm against is likely to be reflected in my innovation. So that is what is happening right now. So some of the issues that we are facing, it means that the developer of these apps also held some of those thoughts, all right? Now, research also found that a few years ago that there are some things that the apps, especially when it comes to mental health treatment, they cannot do. For instance, they might not be able to recognize things that has not been fed into them. Perhaps I'm chatting with them, but then I have maybe suicidal tendencies, and I'm not telling them that I'm suicidal. Perhaps if I'm in front of a therapist will be able to pick that up, that perhaps the way that I am talking or behaving, okay, I could possess such tendencies, but perhaps the app will not be able to pick that up. And research found out that they cannot make some informed guesses about simple things that even kids can. So they don't have the ability to learn new things, to explore. They only know what they have been fed. Okay, that's why they became a racist. They don't have the ability for social learning. All right, and also in terms of building themselves mentally, as my colleagues have said already, machines or AIs go with what they have been told to do, what they have been fed, or what has been fed into them. Now, this is what psychologists are saying. They are saying that we can say that perhaps they feel a bit threatened by this new technology. They don't want these technologies to come and take over their jobs. They think these technologies should be just adjunct, something that is an aid, something that can help you. All right, okay, let the machine start, or let the app start the diagnosis, and then follow up by maybe a real therapist to see that whether proper diagnosis have been done. This is what psychologists are saying, all right? However, they do acknowledge that the AI technologies, they do have certain advantages. As a therapist, you cannot stay 24/7 in the hospital. That's not possible, all right? But those apps, they're available. I can be in Malaysia and access an app in the United States, anywhere in the world, so long as I have the means to be able to do that. So because of the availability, all right, they surpass human beings in that respect. And also they also have the ability of this knowledge of perhaps psychological literature. Now, let me explain this to you. When it comes to diagnosis in psychology, there's a manual, okay? There's a manual and a diagnostic manual, okay? And what they do is your therapist will listen to you, whether a psychologist or a psychiatrist, they will listen to you and your symptoms, all right, that you are describing, they will look at the manual and see where do they fall. So perhaps if there are 10 areas in the manual, and then the person is able to place you in 7 to 8 of those symptoms, then it means that you have that condition. For instance, maybe you have something like depression, all right? So there are some criteria to diagnose, so they will follow that. However, sometimes they will have to collect the data, revisit the manual in order to have proper diagnosis. But the AI can do it automatically. So they are faster. They have more knowledge. Sometimes doctors have to revisit their books, call their colleagues, they are confused. But these machines, they are just that fast. Secondly, also, they can give you treatment in real time. As I have said, sometimes doctors have to consult books. I've been to a doctor who has to consult their books. They go back to me after 2 hours. I came by, they say, I have talked to my colleague. I'm still confused. You go and see this person. So that happens. But the robot or the AI, perhaps they can give you real-time treatment that is tailored to your specific situation. In psychological treatment, there's nothing like one size fits all. I could have depression, but my depression could be, my triggers could be different from you. You also have depression, but our triggers are different. Therefore, our treatments cannot be the same, all right? And these robots have the ability to do that. And of course, one of the biggest advantages is that they can lower the barriers to accessibility, all right? For instance, mental health is expensive. Access to mental health is expensive. For instance, if you go and see a psychologist or a therapist in Malaysia, per session, 30 minutes to 1 hour is over 300 ringgit. How many people can afford that? All right, but perhaps if you are using the apps or this software, the cost will be lower. And of course, maybe it will also help to reduce any kind of stigma, because mostly people are shy that my friends, my neighbors, people are going to think that I'm crazy if they see me going to see a psychologist or a therapist. But if I'm using an app or accessing a particular software, nobody will see that. So in terms of stigma also, they can help to reduce that. Lastly, I would like to also look at the ethical issues associated with these apps. These are some of the questions that psychologists who are quite not comfortable using these therapeutic apps are saying, okay? Because people's data, you are collecting very, very sensitive data. If I should come to you and come and tell you my problem, the last thing I want is for it to be online tomorrow, or a pharmaceutical company somewhere to use my information to develop a new drug. So how do they protect patients' information when they are in the hands of these AI machines, for instance, okay? And how sure are they that the kind of therapy that people receive from these apps are effective? So far, I haven't come across empirical studies that are saying that, oh, it's very, very effective. Just that perhaps it has reduced the load on psychologists and psychiatrists, all right? And also, we can also look at the violation of the code of psychological ethics or medical ethics, all right? For instance, privacy, all right? Privacy. Now, this is one of the issues that was made a lot of headlines 2 years ago when the New York Times reported that one of the developers of one of the apps that I talked about, okay, Talkspace, the executives were using people's sessions in their meetings. They were using people's information, okay, what we call data mining, all right? And what happened was that the data that they were using happened to be from an employee in the organization. And they didn't exclude the personal details of the employee. So they exposed the employee during the meeting. Just imagine that you go for your executive go for a meeting and then your mental health issues are on the table for discussion as an example of what the organization can benefit from such information, all right? Now, the American Psychological Association has a code of ethics, and they are saying that for you to use somebody's data, you must de-identify the person. That means don't include any identifier. Nobody should know that this is coming from Adiza or something like that, nothing like that. This is largely because at the moment, there are no ethical rules when it comes to the use of these therapeutic apps. Last year, the American government decided to democratize the information that these apps gather, which means that any developer of these apps, they can use the information that they gather. Imagine how horrible that would be. Medical researchers, pharmaceutical companies, manufacturing companies will be using our information to better their own companies, for a lack of a better expression. So the American Psychological Association refuted that. They wrote a rejoinder and said, no, you cannot do that. This is a very sensitive information. So they should be able to apply the ethics that cover medical doctors to the same apps also, so that we know that before somebody can use anybody's information or disclose anybody's information, there are some ethical issues to consider. Apart from that also, the fact that there are no there are no, what is it called? Just a moment. The fact that there are no standard, okay, universal. For instance, when you talk about talking to a physical psychologist, all right, there are rules and regulations to follow. And these rules and regulations are from the American Psychological Association, okay, which is the mother association for psychologists. The Malaysian Psychological Association also borrows from the American Psychological Association, just as we have the medical oath, for instance, the Hippocratic Oath, which is universal. All right, when it comes to psychiatric treatment, they also have that. So that if I go and see my counselor or a psychologist, even if it has something to do with the court, they might need the therapist will only disclose some amount of information, but not all. You understand what I'm saying? But this is the case where everything is in the hands of these robots, and people can manipulate them. There could be system glitches, and your information will be exposed online. Are you ready for that? All right. So these are some of the ethical issues and privacy issues that people have been talking about, especially clinical psychologists and psychiatrists. They do have some reservation about it. So it means that they have to go back to the drawing board and see what they can do to mitigate these kind of loopholes. All right. Thank you very much. That will be the end.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hadiza. That's a very informative, very fruitful discussion you have there. Very interesting presentation as we look at it from the psychological point of view. So let's proceed on to Q&A sessions with the participants. Dr. Hadiza, there is a suggestion from Rushi ma'am here that if you may try to uncheck the I have a green screen option in the start video and see if your video would be visible.
Okay, let me try.
To Dr. Rabab as well. For those who are having that problem, please uncheck I have a green screen. There you go. I can see Dr. Hadiza clearly now.
Yeah, but you will not be able to see the background.
So there will be no, okay.
That's the issue. There is no background when you click that.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Okay, so let's go for the Q&A session. Dr. Rushi Sinha stated that it's a very interesting lecture, Dr. Hadiza. See if we can get questions from the participants, as this would be the final session for today. Any question? Okay, there's a question from Ayat Fatma. So the question is about Tay on Twitter. So why was she not removed if she became a not nice AI? Some sort of... Dr. Hadiza, perhaps you can enlighten us why was she not removed?
Well, I believe that for now, she was not removed because one, I believe, it was people who were teaching her that. Okay, so unless you provoke her, you will not be a victim of her wrath. That's why in her page she says that she is a no chill. So if you bring yourself and then you offend her, of course she's going to unleash those kind of racist words on you. Or if you don't want that kind of racism, don't engage her. As I have said, you can only engage her based on your posts, all right? You have to follow her based on your post. So the content of your post will determine the kind of interaction that you and her are having. Secondly, also, that is why now they have made it compulsory for you to follow her before you even see her tweet. Initially, you didn't need to follow her. All right, you didn't need to follow her. You could just go to her page and then you scroll, you see the different interactions, and now, so they have been able to put some few restrictions, but then the general idea is that until you provoke her, you'll not be a victim. So whatever interaction that whatever you receive from her is because you started it.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I hope that answers your question, Ayat. Ms. Ayat. Mr. Piyush Kamar here stated that it was really a new perspective we came across. Definitely, Dr. Adiza, because this conference, the participants most of us are all legal, from the legal background. So when you talk about legal and psychology all at the same time, it somehow connects the flow of the presentation today, whereby we spoke about firsthand the cybersecurity part, as well as cybersecurity would be the most important one, because why? When we use AI, we would want our privacy or our fundamental rights to be protected. And in what way? In whatever Professor Gafar has enunciated earlier. And I have enunciated on the legal part, whereby I'm sure most of the participants have heard of all the acts and the legal instruments or international instruments. Dr. Rababs as well, it's very new for us as well to hear all the collaborative tools and all the IT jargons, I believe. But Dr. Adiza's presentation is the most refreshing one, I believe, because it's very new for us to see it in the perspective of a psychologist. So therefore, I guess, yeah, it's in the very new perspective, Doctor, that we have come across. So I have another question for you here. From Marushi ma'am. The question is, what would be the implications for wrong diagnosis?
Okay, thank you for your question. That has been one of the concerns of the psychologists who are not in favor of these apps. What the developers of these apps do is to issue disclaimer. Just as Dr. Rabab was saying, how many of us read anything before we say agree? All right, so they kind of run away from any legality should there be any kind of wrong diagnosis. So whatever you receive from them, that's why they say it's psychoeducation. All of them tell you that it's not a diagnosis. All of them tell you that it's not a diagnosis, it's just education. So it is up to you to follow up with a real therapist so that you can confirm whatever it is that the app is telling you. That is how they kind of insulate themselves from any responsibility. They tell you it's not diagnosis, but education. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Adiza. Well, I believe there's no more question here. Rushi ma'am has made a statement here that a psychiatric diagnosis is a nuanced process. It could easily confuse anxiety and depression based on how the symptoms are shared. Definitely, yeah, Dr. Adiza?
Yes, it is. One of the things that the apps have been, the information they have been fed to do is to solicit as much information from the user as possible. For instance, I access the app and then I tell the app, I'm very sad today. Okay, so perhaps the next question will be, describe how you are feeling. All right, so I start describing. If I start describing and I'm like something like I have slept the whole day, I have not been able to sleep, I am not been able to eat, I don't do this, I don't do that, then they know that okay, I'm describing something that is depressive or depression related symptoms. So if I'm in my description, I'm describing something like I'm jittery, I cannot focus, I don't know, I have this just foreboding kind of thoughts. I cannot just get out of my head kind of, I just feel something is going to happen to me. Then they know that, okay, perhaps it is something related to anxiety attack or something. But it depends on, most of the app they have, they are able to synthesize words from our open-ended description. So the more information you give, the more they are able to help you better. Just like with a physical therapist also. If you go and see a therapist and you're not forthcoming, they might not be able to diagnose you very well. That's why they listen. 90% of the talk comes from you, and perhaps 10% from the therapist. They have to listen to tell you that, or you have to talk for them to be able to properly diagnose whatever is wrong with you. So yes, it's possible that there could be a wrong diagnosis. If you just want, I'm sad, and then the app will tell you, oh, I think you have depression. Oh, then you are likely to have wrong diagnosis.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Adeza. Well, I believe we've come to the end of our session. Thank you so much to Knowledge Tees as the main organizer. And thank you so much to yet again invite us, MSU Malaysia, to become the co-organizer for this event. And this has been our second year co-organizing this event. I hope that we will still carry on and continue on this great collaboration for next year. And I believe that the topic AI and law, ethically challenges, issues, would be a never-ending discussion or a topic or a field to research to, because AI and humans will definitely coexist together. So therefore, this topic, I believe, would be a very interesting, or can be a sustainable topic that we can use or we can research into in the future. So to sum up today's presentation by MSU, as this is a multidisciplinary session, I would like to emphasize that from the legal perspective, why is this presentation a multidisciplinary one? Is because the impact, let me give an illustration here, the impact of the usage of AI or the algorithm bias determination monitoring system, as well as how the cleaners take down content, have definitely impacted on our everyday lives without us knowing it. So a situation or a scenario whereby which hits us hard is during COVID-19. So during COVID-19, everything shifted online, and therefore, including our rights as well, our rights to be in an association, or our rights to be representing or to join into these assemblies as well, has shifted online. So when it shifted online, therefore, we are relying heavily on technology. And when we rely heavily on technology, we have to understand that as human beings, our everyday lives or our daily routine has been changed or has been somewhat altered into a digital world. And this digital world is where now, compared to previously in the civic space or in the presence, all this, as an example, spreading of ideologies, as the example stated just now, pedophile activities, negative, anything which is previously done in face-to-face or on the civic space is currently happening online. So because of this, it will easily, so in a way, I'm saying that the destruction of the nation or any influences, negative influences is easily detected or spread just through a click of a button. So therefore, that is why I believe AI and also the legal framework to monitor or to govern AI is very important to be discussed. And somehow this discussion, I hope to be a very fruitful discussion that can contribute to the body of knowledge as well as to ideas or at least awareness to us speakers as well as participants today. So I guess thank you so much for the participants who are joining since morning until now. Thank you so much for my esteemed colleague speakers. It was a very good presentation, very informative and very fruitful one. Can I have Ms. Muskan to capture our group photo for today. And with that, can everyone please switch on their camera, the webcam? I can see that Dr. Rabab is currently already in a car driving off campus, Doctor. Okay. Can I have the
Avoiding the jam, avoiding the jam.
avoiding the jam? This is another good side of technological improvement or use of technology in our everyday lives. Classes or any events can be conducted anywhere. We can be doing something else while having an event. And also, yeah, Prof. Ghaffar, I like the idea of myself having or conducting the class elsewhere without having me to go there. You're talking about some sort of a hologram thingy just now.
Yeah.
Like that.
They also need some psychology as well.
Yes. So, Ms. Muskan, are you ready to take the group photo? Can you please give us a countdown? 3, 2, 1, or 1, 2, 3? Okay, I'll do the countdown. I think Ms. Muskan's mic is not working. So, okay. Let me do the countdown then. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, is that enough? Did you get it, Ms. Muskan? Ms. Muskan, did you get the done? All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, and I hope to see everybody again next year. Thank you. Thank you so much,
you.
Prof. Ghaffar.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Happy Eid for those celebrating
Yeah.
anywhere in the world. It will be holiday for us here in Malaysia, 2 days holiday, and I'll see Prof. Ghaffar, Dr. Rabah, and Dr. Adiza after 2 days time.
Okay, bye. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you. Bye. Waalaikumsalam.
Salam.
Bye, Dr. Rabah.